Chapter 12:19. The demon cloud ancestor had appeared. He had been paying attention to Fang Chen's movements. When he discovered the great battle on the mountain peak, he immediately rushed over. Although he was an 8th level heavenly body tier elite, he didn't have a great force to back him up. Moreover, he had been discussing something with the OU clan recently. Helping out this time was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although he had offended Liu Hen Island Master, he had nothing to fear with the OU clan's protection. Don't worry, I'll help you block Divine Herb Master Yarogui. Let them kill that brat. The OU clan had mobilized so many people to kill Fang Chen and avenge OU Ruochen. Once Fang Chen died, Divine Herb Master Yarogui and Liu Hen Island Master would probably stop pestering him. Not many people would remember a dead prodigy. You old bastard demon cloud, you dare. Divine Herb Master Yarogui was furious and immediately attacked. Divine Herb Master Yarogui was a 5-star alchemist, but his cultivation was the same as the demon cloud ancestors. It's a bit difficult to defeat you, but it's too easy to just stop you. Facing Divine Herb Master Yarogui's tyrannical attack, the demon cloud ancestor sneered and stretched out his hand, instantly fighting with the former. Liu Hen Peak was filled with devastation. The battle between the 4 peak elites directly destroyed Liu Hen Mountain. Liu Hen Mountain was forcibly shattered by the 4's tyrannical attacks. Fang Chen and the others were livid as they stared at the OU clan's elites. Attack together and kill that brat. If anyone obstructs us, kill without mercy. The leader was a high-level heavenly body tier elder of the OU clan, and he said coldly, "Rumble." The OU clan's members all attacked. A fierce and domineering attack instantly blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Seeing this, Fang Chen activated the mysterious sky sealing technique to the extreme. He even used the 5 thunder tribulation technique. However, it was useless. It couldn't block the attacks of the heavenly body tier elites. Bang! In one exchange, Fang Chen's body was directly sent flying. Fortunately, he had the protection of the perfect sword body, so it wasn't a big deal. Moreover, at the crucial moment, Fang Chen used the time and space true intent to dodge the attack. "If you want to hurt my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body." Qing Hu roared angrily and rushed to the front of Fang Chen. He activated the 30 puppets with all his strength and blocked the attacks of the OU clan's experts. Courting death. The battle prowess of heavenly body tier elites was far too powerful. Half of the 30 puppets were instantly destroyed. Crack Qing Hu's heart was filled with rage as he watched his puppet shatter. "Let's go." Qing Hu roared as he controlled the remaining puppets. Fang Chen and Princess Xin looked at each other and shook their heads. Qing Hu had risked his life to stop the OU clan's experts for him. How could he possibly escape? Together, side by side. Fang Chen roared. His entire body was covered in blood as he descended into madness. At the same time, the little mouse and the demon armor bug also appeared. The little mouse's innate superpower was fully displayed, while the demon armor bug also displayed a terrifying corrosive power. It's useless. Faced with the obstruction of the 3 people, the OU clan's experts were filled with killing intent. Their attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Xin Ao. Divine Master Yarogui, who was in the middle of a battle, roared. He wanted to withdraw and rescue her, but he was firmly entangled by the Demon Cloud Ancestor. "Demon Cloud Ancestor, if anything happens to my disciple, I'll definitely scatter your soul." Divine Master Yarogui roared. Beside him, Island Lord Liu Hen, who was fiercely fighting, also attacked like a madman. However, the OU clan's leader was firmly entangled. The battlefield was in chaos. Fang Chen and the other 2 had reached a critical moment of life and death. In the face of the ferocious attack, Princess Xin resolutely rushed in front of Fang Chen. Dong! A tyrannical attack heavily bombarded Princess Xin's body. "Princess Xin!" Fang Chen hugged the heavily injured Princess Xin and roared. His eyes were scarlet, and his anger soared to the sky. His golden heart was rapidly beating. Princess Xin's face was pale, and she was on the verge of death. "Princess Xin." Fang Chen placed Princess Xin on the ground and stared at the person who had just attacked Princess Xin with scarlet eyes. I want you dead. Fang Chen said word by word. Island Lord Liu Hen and Divine Master Yarrow Gui were furious. The elders of the Heaven Marks sect were already on their way. They only needed to hold on for a while longer. Who. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he used the true meaning of time and space. He suddenly appeared in front of the heavenly body tier elite and stabbed out with the star-concealing sword. Hua-la, the heavenly body tier elite swiftly dodged. Then, he countered with a punch that landed on Fang Chen's body. Too weak. Fang Chen's body was sent flying. He was furious. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard in the distance. The higher-ups of the Heaven Marks sect had arrived. Stop. The higher-ups of the Heaven Marks sect roared and landed in front of Princess Xin. Protect Xin. Island Lord Liu Hen roared. Seeing the arrival of the Heaven Marks sect's disciples, the OU clan's leader's face darkened. He felt that something was wrong. Immediately after, he punched Island Lord Liu Hen back. His figure flashed, and his hand directly reached out toward Fang Chen. You're courting death. Island Lord Liu Hen was furious and attacked at lightning speed. The numerous elites of the OU clan and the Heaven Marks sect confronted each other. Fang Chen came to Princess Xin's side. Princess Xin. Princess Xin's pale face squeezed out a smile. I'm fine. Princess Xin said weakly. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you, Fang Chen said word by word. Princess Xin had been severely injured in order to save him. This hatred had to be avenged. He took out some medicinal pills and fed them to Princess Xin. Then, Fang Chen stood up and took out 2 scarlet blood withered dragon pills. He tossed one to Qing Hu. Help me, Fang Chen said. Qing Hu swallowed it in one gulp, and his aura instantly rose. In the next instant, Qing Hu's strength soared. He controlled the remaining puppets and charged toward the person who had attacked Princess Xin just now. At the same time, Fang Chen disappeared into the void. When the heavenly body tier elite appeared, it was already too late. Poochie. The ice-cold hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced his throat. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he didn't have the strength to speak. The sudden change shocked the numerous experts of the OU clan. Soon after, they started to attack one after another. Damn it. After Fang Chen and Qing Hu killed this person, they quickly retreated. Numerous elites of the Heaven Marks sect blocked in front of Fang Chen. Does the OU clan want to start a war with the Heaven Marks sect? At this moment, Fang Chen's aura rose to the extreme. His cultivation had directly surpassed the Heaven Star tier and reached the Heavenly Body tier. His battle prowess soared. Patriarch. The people of the OU clan didn't dare to act rashly and looked at the Patriarch. The Patriarch forced Island Lord Liu Hen back with a punch and landed in front of the OU clan. The battle between the Demon Cloud Ancestor and Divine Physician Yarrow Gui was also over. The two of them came to Princess Xin's side and checked her condition. Only after confirming that her life wasn't in danger did they relax. Old man, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this go, Island Lord Liu Hen said in a deep voice. Even the Patriarch of the OU clan didn't expect things to develop to this extent. He glared at Fang Chen with an unfriendly gaze. He wanted nothing more than to kill him directly. However, the two sides were now evenly matched. It was impossible to kill him. But now, he had completely offended Island Lord Liu Hen. He didn't want to give up. He was thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of him. Divine Physician Yarrow Gui was a 5-star alchemist after all. He had a lot of pills and gave some to Princess Xin. The latter's expression eased a lot. Fang Chen's aura surged and killing intent surged around him. Island Lord Liu Hen, my OU clan only wants to kill this child. If you hand him over, my OU clan is willing to pay a sufficient price, the Patriarch of the OU clan said in a deep voice. He injured my daughter, and you want me to hand him over? Do you think my Heaven Marks sect is easy to bully? Island Lord Liu Hen sneered. He was filled with anger. For a moment, the two sides were in a confrontation. Fang Chen wanted to use the Scarlet Blood Withered Dragon Pill to avenge Princess Xin. But with the Demon Cloud Ancestor and the Patriarch of the OU clan present, he couldn't make a move. While the two sides were in a confrontation, a black-robed old man chuckled from the clouds and appeared. How exciting! I just came out of seclusion and saw such an exciting battle, the black-robed old man said with a smile. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the black-robed old man. Island Lord Liu Hen's eyes flickered. He didn't know why the black-robed old man had come. Viper, what are you doing here? Island Lord Liu Hen asked. I'm here to watch your battle, the old man called Viper said with a smile. However, the instant Viper appeared, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He sensed the poison on Viper's body. Viper was a poison expert. Viper, help me stop the Heaven Marks sect, said the patriarch of the OU clan. You should know that I, Viper, never do business that loses money. Viper chuckled. If you help stop them, my OU clan is willing to pay any price, continued the patriarch of the OU clan. Viper looked around, and his gaze finally landed on divine mentor Yarogui. If I help you, it means that I'll completely break off relations with the Heaven Marks sect. Not only will I offend Island Lord Liu Hen, but I'll also offend divine mentor Yarogui. The gains won't make up for the losses, Viper said. The patriarch of the OU clan sneered in his heart. This Viper was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. However, there was nothing he could do. Viper, my OU clan obtained a poison manual by accident. It was left behind by a peak stage heavenly body tier elite. If you help me, I'll give it to you, said the patriarch of the OU clan. Poison manual? Viper's eyes lit up when he heard this. He seemed to be thinking. Seeing Viper's expression, divine mentor Yarogui said, Viper, you've never participated in the battles of the Heaven Marks sect. Are you really willing to offend me and the Heaven Marks sect for a poison manual? Island Lord Liu Hen also stood up slowly. His aura surged, pressuring Viper. Viper raised his eyebrows and said, I, Viper, have never been afraid of anyone's threats. He was a loose cultivator. If worse came to worst, he could just leave. The patriarch of the OU clan was secretly delighted when he heard this. However, something unexpected happened. Fang Chen suddenly walked to the front of the crowd and stood in front of Viper. Brother Blood. Ching who called out worriedly when he saw this. Divine mentor Yarogui and Island Lord Liu Hen were also prepared to make a move at any time. Chapter 1220. Viper was pondering whether or not he should make a move. Both Island Master Liu Hen and Divine Master Yarogui were also staring at Viper with vigilance. Viper was a capricious cultivator, and he wasn't trustworthy. They didn't know if Viper would agree or not, so they were very afraid of him. However, just as the OU family's patriarch was persuading Viper, Fang Chen suddenly spoke. A sudden voice broke the silence of the place. Everyone's gaze was focused on Fang Chen. Even Viper was a little surprised. You want me to help you? Viper looked at Fang Chen with interest and asked. His eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth rose with a trace of ridicule. Voila! Fang Chen flipped his hand, and a book appeared in his palm. Then, Fang Chen handed the book to Viper. When Viper received the book, he didn't think much of it, and casually glanced at it. However, his expression changed greatly when he glanced at it. Everyone present was curious as to what kind of book could make Viper's expression change so greatly. Viper quickly flipped through the book, and finished reading it in the blink of an eye. He held the book tightly, and his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. He quickly said, Brat, where did you obtain this? This junior obtained it from an ancient remnant, Fang Chen replied honestly. What's next? Viper continued to ask. The next part is in this junior's mind. If senior is willing to help, this junior will definitely present it to you with both hands, Fang Chen said. Viper nodded heavily without hesitation. Then, Viper turned around and looked at the OU family, and his gaze landed on the OU family's patriarch. From now on, this little brother will be under my protection. If the OU family dares to make a move against him, don't blame this old man for being impolite, Viper said coldly. Viper's sudden reversal caused everyone to be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, Island Master Liu Hen and Divine Master Yarogui were overjoyed. Although they didn't know what Fang Chen had given Viper, it was the best news that he could help them. After hearing Viper's words, the OU family's patriarch's expression changed. He asked in a deep voice, "Why is that?" "No reason," Viper said calmly. "My OU clan is willing to hand over the poison spectrum. Can't you see my OU clan's sincerity?" The OU clan's patriarch still didn't want to give up. Viper sneered when he heard that. How could a mere poison manual compare to the poison Dao inheritance that Fang Chen had given him? This was the poison Dao inheritance of Imperial Monarch Poison Cloud, and if he cultivated it, he might be able to rely on it to break through to the creation realm. Therefore, for the sake of the poison Dao inheritance, he had to protect Fang Chen with all his might. "Good, very good. Viper, do you really want to become enemies with my OU family for this brat?" The OU family's patriarch coldly said. "Making an enemy out of your OU clan is truly overestimating your OU clan." Viper was fearless as he said with a smile. The complexion of the OU clan's patriarch changed. But he chose to compromise in the end. "Brat, consider yourself lucky today. My OU clan will definitely kill you in the future." OU clan's patriarch's voice faded, and he prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Fang Chen spoke. "Senior, can you help me suppress the OU clan? I want to kill them." The hearts of the OU clan's people trembled when they heard that. If the Liu Hen Island's master, Divine Master Yarrow Gui, and Viper all attacked together, the OU clan would not be able to withstand them. Viper frowned and said, "Brat, don't take a mile after taking an inch. I'm only protecting you. I won't attack for you unless they attack you." With a thought, Fang Chen took out an interspatial ring and handed it over to Viper. "Senior, please help me." Viper took the interspatial ring and carefully inspected it. His eyes immediately lit up. The interspatial ring was filled with poison crystals, and with a rough estimate, there were at least a few million of them. Poison crystals were the favorite ores of poison Dao inheritors. With poison crystals, cultivating poison Dao would be twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, Viper's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at Fang Chen. He heavily patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said straightforwardly, "From today onwards, you are my, Viper's, brother." After saying that, Viper's aura surged, and a wild poisonous gas instantly filled the air. "Viper!" The OU clan's patriarch roared. However, it was of no use. Viper made his move. He suppressed the OU clan's people with absolute strength. The OU clan's patriarch and the demon cloud ancestor didn't make a move, because once they did, it would definitely trigger divine mentor Yarrow Gui and island master Liu Hen to make a move. After Viper suppressed the OU clan's elites, Fang Chen and Qing who looked at each other. The medicinal effects of the scarlet blood withering dragon pill hadn't dissipated yet. Their cultivation levels were still at the heavenly body tier. With just a look, Qing who knew Fang Chen's thoughts. Voila! Qing who controlled the remaining dozen or so puppets, instantly trapping a heavenly body tier elder. In an instant, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and before the heavenly body tier elder could react, he killed him with a sword. Viper nodded in satisfaction when he saw the two's exquisite cooperation. This little brother of his was extraordinary. Scarlet blood withering dragon pill. The OU clan's patriarch recognized the scarlet blood withering dragon pill, and his face turned ashen. "Fang Chen, stop!" The OU clan's patriarch roared. His aura surged, and he wanted to make a move. "Your opponent is me." Island Master Liu Hen's figure flashed and stopped the OU clan's patriarch from making a move. At the same time, divine mentor Yarrow Gui also appeared in front of the demon cloud ancestor and looked at him with a smile. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with smoke. "Today, I'll only kill 10 people to avenge Princess Xin." After killing the first heavenly body tier elite, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the OU clan's patriarch with resentment. "You dare!" The OU clan's patriarch roared, but was stopped by Island Master Liu Hen. As for the OU clan's elites, they were suppressed by Viper and couldn't make a move at all. Second one. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he cooperated with Qing Hu and attacked again. The second heavenly body tier elder was killed instantly. Although they were suppressed by Viper, heavenly body tier elites were heavenly body tier elites after all. They weren't comparable to Heaven Dipper tier elites. After Fang Chen and Qing, who swallowed the scarlet blood withering dragon pill, their cultivation levels had only temporarily reached the first level of the heavenly body tier. When they chose opponents, they only chose low-level heavenly body tier cultivators. Therefore, it was still relatively easy to kill them. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and Qing who killed 8 low-level heavenly body tier cultivators. The OU clan's patriarch gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen into pieces. Fang Chen, my OU clan is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Fang Chen wasn't afraid of the OU clan's patriarch's threat. In any case, they were already like fire and water, so it didn't matter if he killed a few more. Catcher. The 9th low-level heavenly body tier cultivator was killed. At this time, the auras around Fang Chen and Qing who were also gradually dissipating. The two of them looked at each other and immediately understood. This was the effect of the scarlet blood withering dragon pill, and it was rapidly dissipating. Attack. The two of them joined forces to fight the 10th low-level heavenly body tier cultivator. You're courting death. Seeing this cultivator roared in anger and the power of stars around him surged crazily. However, before he could make a move, he was surrounded by a dozen puppets. Then, an earth-shattering attack instantly poured down. Poochie. 10 heavenly body tier cultivators were killed in front of the OU clan's patriarch. After killing this cultivator, Fang Chen and Qing whose auras dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the two of them returned to their original state. However, there weren't any side effects. This was the tyranny of the scarlet blood withering dragon pill. Wang. Viper removed the suppression, and Island Master Liu Hen and Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui also retreated to their area. Fang Chen, my OU clan won't let you off. The OU clan's patriarch's gaze swept over everyone and finally landed on Fang Chen. He said fiercely. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. The demon cloud ancestor followed closely behind, and the people of the OU clan quickly dispersed. No one had expected this result. Island Master Liu Hen and Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui looked at each other and then clasped their fists at Viper. Many thanks. No need to thank me. Fang Chen is my brother, Viper said with a smile. He was very satisfied with this brother of his. Martial artists of the Tao of Poison were incomparably difficult to cultivate. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for many years, and as time passed, he was incomparably desperate. With the Poison Cloud Emperor's Tao of Poison inheritance, he seemed to have seen the door in front of him open for him. It was as if he had been given a second life. How could such a great kindness be explained in a few words? Moreover, Fang Chen had given him a few million poison crystals. Brother, not bad. Viper gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen's face was a little solemn as he handed over the final core content to Viper. Ha ha ha, I, Viper, acknowledge you as my brother. Viper was very happy. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother. Big Brother, Fang Chen said. Viper grinned and laughed. Island Master Liu Hen and Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui also looked at each other and smiled. In the end, everyone retreated and returned to the Heavenly Marks sect. Princess Xin's injuries were very serious, but with Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui and Island Master Liu Hen, these injuries were nothing. The most surprising was Viper. He also followed everyone and returned to the Heavenly Marks sect. He said that he wanted to borrow the treasured land of the Heavenly Marks sect to cultivate, but in fact, everyone knew that he was protecting Fang Chen. Thinking of this, everyone sighed inwardly. It seemed that Viper wasn't as sinister and cunning as the rumors said. He was also a person who valued friendship. Heavenly Marks sect. Although Princess Xin's injuries were very serious and her face was pale, she was very happy in her heart. Fang Chen had furiously killed 10 heavenly body tier elites of the OU clan for her. Fang Chen, thank you, Princess Xin said softly. Princess Xin, you were injured because of me. I still have to thank you, Fang Chen hurriedly said. Cough, cough. As they spoke, Princess Xin began to cough. Her injuries were acting up. Let me take a look. Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui hurried to Princess Xin's side and carefully examined her. Island Master Liu Hen, who was standing at the side, was very anxious. His daughter was injured, but as a father, he couldn't do anything. Fortunately, Divine Mentor Yarogui was here, so he didn't have to worry too much. Viper glanced at Fang Chen, then walked to Divine Mentor Yarogui, and said, "This girl's injuries are very serious, and her internal organs are damaged. Fighting poison with poison should be more effective." Hearing this, Divine Mentor Yarogui's eyes lit up. Chapter 12:21. Poison had two sides to it. 8:8 reading. 23 It could save people, but it could also kill people. In the hands of an expert like Viper, poison could save people. Divine Sovereign Yarogui and Viper discussed for a moment. Soon after, Viper personally treated Princess Xin. 2 hours later, Viper walked out of Princess Xin's room. His forehead was covered in sweat. With a single glance, one could tell that he had used up too much energy. "How is it?" Island Master Liu Hen hastily asked. "I'm fine." Viper smiled. "Thank you, Big Brother Viper." Fang Chen was overjoyed. Viper chuckled. "Since you're so concerned about this girl, is she your girlfriend?" Fang Chen was first stunned by Viper's question. Then his face dimmed and he shook his head. Viper did not ask any further. Divine Sovereign Yarogui and Island Master Liu Hen ran inside to see Princess Xin. As for Fang Chen, he followed Viper back to his residence. "Big Brother Viper, this is my residence in the Heavenly Mark sect. You can stay here for now," Fang Chen said. Viper nodded. It didn't matter where he cultivated. The most important thing was the Poison Dao inheritance. OU family's headquarters, conference hall. Bang! From time to time, something would be smashed on the ground. This was the OU family's patriarch venting. "Damned Heavenly Mark sect. Damned Viper, I will definitely tear you to pieces," OU family's patriarch furiously roared. In the hall, the OU family's elders' faces were ashen. They were silent. In the corner of the hall, the demon cloud ancestor was also quietly sitting. After this matter, he was completely tied to the OU family's side. There was no way out. OU family's patriarch, the other side has 3 peak experts. We must carefully consider this matter. The demon cloud ancestor reminded. OU family's patriarch's face gradually calmed down. He looked at everyone and said, "What do you think we should do about this matter?" OU Ruochen was the OU family's hope. However, he was killed by Fang Chen. This matter was a fatal blow to the OU family. "Patriarch, now that Viper is living in the Heaven Mark sect, we can't do anything to that brat." "That's right, Patriarch. The Heavenly Scar sect is not to be trifled with. This time, our OU family has suffered a great loss. The other major forces are also secretly watching the show. If we really start a war with the Heavenly Scar sect, the other major forces will definitely interfere. Those big forces usually have a good relationship with our OU clan, but at the crucial moment, they are all ingrates. In fact, many superpowers on Scar Island were also observing. If there were no poisonous snakes, perhaps they would have stepped forward. However, the appearance of the Viper made the battle one-sided. Naturally, they wouldn't become mortal enemies with the Heaven Mark sect. It was even more impossible for him to help the OU family. The OU clan was fighting alone right now. The OU clan's patriarch fell into silence. He felt somewhat incompetent. The most outstanding disciple of the younger generation had been killed, and the clan leader was unable to avenge him. When had the OU clan ever suffered such humiliation? It was a great humiliation. After a long time, the OU clan's patriarch took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, disperse. Without my order, no one is allowed to attack the Heavenly Scar sect." The face of the OU clan's patriarch was filled with exhaustion. When the crowd saw this, they quickly dispersed. In the end, only the demon cloud ancestor and the OU clan's patriarch were left in the meeting hall. "Patriarch, do you have a way to make me stay?" the demon cloud ancestor asked. The OU clan's patriarch asked, "Demon Cloud, since you have already sided with my OU clan, shouldn't you do something for my OU clan?" "Of course. Help me contact the demon blood race." In the blink of an eye, the news of the battle on Scar Mountain had spread throughout the entire Scar Island. It set off a perilous situation. Oyu Ruochan's death had actually involved so many peak experts. It was truly shocking. Of course, the one who received the most attention was Fang Chen. Even a reclusive expert like the poisonous snake called him brother and helped him suppress the Oyu clan. Just how capable was this kid? However, no matter how the outside world discussed, Fang Chen didn't pay any attention to it. He would visit Princess Xin every day. A month later, Princess Xin's injuries had already healed. However, she was still unable to use her astral essence. During this period, Qing Hu's cultivation had once again improved. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. He listened to Fang Chen's advice and didn't take the 3rd step. He wasn't prepared to take the 3rd step either. Instead, he was preparing to accumulate enough foundation to break through to the heavenly body tier in one go. As for Fang Chen, he had also taken a step further due to the effects of the scarlet blood-withering dragon pill. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. When he was at the 8th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, he was already an invincible existence in the Heaven Dipper realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, Fang Chen's battle prowess became even more terrifying. Even if the poisonous snake suppressed his cultivation and fought with Fang Chen at the same level, he still couldn't defeat him. Bang, bang, bang. One day, a deafening sound came from Fang Chen's courtyard. The poisonous snake and Fang Chen were fighting. The two of them were at the same level, and the battle was extremely intense. Qing Hu and Princess Xin were watching from the side. Whoosh! A strange sword light streaked across the void and pierced toward the poisonous snake. The latter was forced to retreat continuously, and it took him a lot of effort to block the terrifying sword light. The poisonous snake stabilized himself and waved his hand repeatedly. "I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore." There was a helpless look on the poisonous snake's face. "Brother, you're really a freak." The poisonous snake grinned and said, "The strongest Heaven Dipper realm martial artist since ancient times." The poisonous snake was an elite at the peak of the heavenly body realm. Although he suppressed his cultivation, his means weren't comparable to ordinary people. However, facing his own brother, he actually couldn't resist at all. Hearing the poisonous snake's compliment, Fang Chen shook his head modestly. "There are countless geniuses in the vast universe. I'm nothing." "Brother, don't be modest. Your battle prowess is really the strongest Heaven Dipper realm martial artist since ancient times," the poisonous snake said. At the side, Qing Hu and Princess Xin were also full of smiles. "Brother Shui, your potential is too heaven-defying," Qing Hu said. Princess Xin's pretty face was full of smiles. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled slightly when he heard this. These days in the Heaven Mark sect, Fang Chen was very happy. These days, he had been worried about Princess Xin's injuries, causing Fang Chen to neglect one thing. Now, he finally remembered. "Brother Shui, where are you going?" Qing Hu asked when he saw Fang Chen leaving. "To collect the money." Qing Hu was stunned when he heard this. Then, he followed curiously. After a while, Fang Chen found the person who started the bet. "Where are my purple crystals?" Fang Chen asked as he stretched out his hand. When this person saw Fang Chen, his face turned pale and he was very embarrassed. "Big brother Fang Chen," this person stuttered, "I really don't have that many purple crystals." Back then, Fang Chen bet 6 million purple crystals that he could last for a month. The odds were 1 to 10,000. In other words, Fang Chen could get a total of 60 billion purple crystals. Even if it was changed to purple crystal spirit stones, it was still a considerable amount. A small disciple of the Heaven Mark sect definitely couldn't take out so many purple crystals. How detestable. If he hadn't been greedy, he wouldn't have owed so many purple crystals. Fang Chen stared at him without saying anything. "I can't take out that many purple crystals," the person said. "Then what should we do?" Fang Chen asked. This person pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "I have a piece of information that I can tell you, but you have to offset all of the purple crystals." Information? Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this person to say such a thing. That depends on whether the information is worth the price. Although Fang Chen had never thought that he would be able to take back 60 billion purple crystals, he had never thought that he would be able to do so. However, he was also prepared to take back a portion of it. No one on Scar Island knows about this secret, this person said in a deep voice. Then how did you know? Fang Chen asked. Me. The man said, I'll look for you tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and left. Brother Shui, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your revenge, Qing Hu said. Fang Chen smiled indifferently. The next day, when Fang Chen was passing by the plaza, that person appeared. He looked around and made sure that there was no one around before calling out to Fang Chen. Here, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone except yourself. The person took out a jade slip and handed it to Fang Chen. At the same time, he made Fang Chen swear a martial oath. Fang Chen took the jade slip, somewhat puzzled. However, when his soul entered the jade slip, he was completely shocked. Where did you get this? Fang Chen's expression was solemn as he hurriedly asked. I came from the Golden Dragon region. I accidentally obtained it in a spatial rift in our region, the person said. Fang Chen tightly held the jade slip, extremely excited. How is it? Can it be used as payment? The person asked. Of course. How could something so important be bought with purple crystals? Immediately, Fang Chen swore a martial oath that he would not tell anyone. Seeing this, the person threw the remaining half of the jade slip to Fang Chen. We're even. After saying that, the person turned and left. Fang Chen glanced at the 2 scrolls in his hand. The excitement in his heart could not be any greater. Doppelganger technique. Even a creation realm expert could not do it. It was said that only an expert who had surpassed the creation realm could condense a doppelganger. How could he not be excited that Fang Chen had obtained such a secret technique? If he could condense a doppelganger, he would have an extra life. It would be awesome. This doppelganger secret technique is no small matter. I must not expose it. Moreover, he had already swore a martial oath. A creation realm expert was a unique existence on the island. There were many of them on the islands. They seized the creation of heaven and earth, stole the essence of the sun and moon, and reached the creation realm. Even such a mighty figure could not condense a doppelganger. It was very difficult to condense a doppelganger. After reading a small part of the content, Fang Chen concluded that this secret technique was too precious. But there was a problem. Only an expert who had surpassed the creation realm could condense a doppelganger. Then how could he, a mere heaven dipper tier, condense a doppelganger? Thinking of this, Fang Chen sighed. It seemed that he could not cultivate this doppelganger technique for the time being. At the very least, he had to wait until he reached the heavenly body tier before he could try, and the chances of success were very slim. Chapter 1222. Fang Chen did not expect to obtain the doppelganger technique. Who would have thought that a guy with mediocre strength would have such a treasure? Fang Chen temporarily stopped the doppelganger technique and returned to his courtyard with a smile. During this period of time, Viper had been in the Heaven Mark sect. Emperor Poison Cloud was once a great expert of the Tao of Poison. Although Viper had never seen Emperor Poison Cloud, he admired him greatly. Now that he had obtained Emperor Poison Cloud's inheritance, he was even more excited. After such a long time of comprehension, he finally comprehended some clues. Every time he saw Fang Chen, he was very happy. Brother Fang. Seeing Fang Chen return, Viper waved his hand and called out. Fang Chen greeted Viper and prepared to enter the house. At this moment, Qing Hu hurried over. Brother Blood, bad news. Seeing Qing Hu's pale face, Fang Chen hurriedly asked, What's the matter? Something happened to Thunder Freya. Hearing this, Fang Chen was extremely anxious. Let's go. Fang Chen quickly left the Heaven Mark sect and headed towards Thunder Freya's courtyard. Viper was worried that something would happen to him, so he followed behind. As expected, when he arrived at Thunder Freya's residence, he saw a shocking scene. At this moment, Thunder Freya was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. The OU clan leader held Thunder Freya in his hand and looked at Fang Chen coldly. Fang Chen, die. Seeing Fang Chen's arrival, The OU clan leader stretched out his hand and rushed towards Fang Chen. Bang! Viper appeared in time and blocked the OU clan leader's attack. "Mate, with me here, don't even think about hurting my brother," Viper said with a gloomy face. "Let go of Big Brother Thunder," Fang Chen roared. The OU clan must know about his relationship with Big Brother Thunder, so they used Big Brother Thunder to force him to make a move. "How ruthless," Viper said in a deep voice. "Catcher." The OU clan leader clenched his fist, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Even a heavenly body tier elite like Thunder Freya couldn't resist the OU clan leader. In an instant, his arm was crushed. "Fang Chen, if you don't want to see Thunder Freya die, then promise me one thing." The OU clan's patriarch sneered. "What's the matter?" Fang Chen asked coldly. "Enter Meteorite Valley," the OU family's patriarch said. "No." Viper was worried that Fang Chen would agree, so he immediately stopped him. Crack Thunder Freya's other arm was instantly broken as well. "Meteorite Valley?" Fang Chen was a little confused. "With Viper here, I cannot kill you. However, I will let you know the consequences of offending my OU clan." The OU clan patriarch said, "If you enter Meteorite Valley, I will release Thunder Freya. If you can safely leave Meteor Valley, then the enmity between you and my OU family will be written off. How about it?" The OU family's patriarch sinisterly smiled. With his understanding of Fang Chen, he knew that he would definitely agree. "Brother Fang, you can't. Meteorite Valley is very dangerous. Even I don't dare rashly enter it. If you enter, you'll definitely die," said Viper. Fang Chen looked at Viper with a complicated expression. Apart from this, what other method did he have? "Brother Viper, Brother Tianlei is also my big brother. I can't just watch him die." Fang Chen's heart was filled with pain. It was he who had implicated his big brother Tianlei. Whoosh! Princess Xin and Qing, whose faces were filled with worry. Behind the OU clan's patriarch stood the Devil Cloud's ancestor and another mysterious expert. This mysterious expert gave off an extremely powerful feeling. Seeing this, the three of them frowned slightly. Since when did Scar Island have such an expert? "You have 3 top experts, but so do I. If we fight, it's hard to say who will win." The OU clan's patriarch seemed to have planned to force Fang Chen into Meteorite Valley. The dignified OU clan's patriarch actually used such a despicable trick. What a joke. Scar Island's patriarch sneered. "Cut the crap. Fang Chen, do you agree or not?" The OU clan's patriarch said impatiently, "If you don't agree, I'll kill Thunder Freya right now. I'll kill all your friends and family, including those who are related to you. I'll find a way to kill them." The OU clan's patriarch threatened Fang Chen. At the same time, he clenched his fist and broke one of Thunder Freya's legs. A miserable cry came out of Thunder Freya's mouth. "Fang Chen, don't agree." Thunder Freya's aura was very weak. He endured the pain and shouted loudly. The more he was like this, the more painful Fang Chen felt. "Let go of Brother Tianlei and I'll agree." Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the OU clan's patriarch's face was filled with an insolent smile. "What if I let Thunder Freya go and you go back on your words? I'll only let Thunder Freya go after I see you enter Meteorite Valley with my own eyes. Fang Chen, you have no other choice." The OU clan's patriarch said. "Why do you think I'll believe you?" Fang Chen was furious. "This is your problem. If you don't want Thunder Freya to die, then make your choice quickly." The OU clan's patriarch said. His hand was directly on Thunder Freya's neck, ready to end his life at any time. Viper fell into silence. It wasn't good for him to make a move in this situation. The slightest carelessness would put Thunder Freya in danger. In Viper's eyes, a mere Thunder Freya was nothing. However, Thunder Freya was very important to Fang Chen. He, Viper, was also Fang Chen's big brother. He couldn't just watch Fang Chen suffer. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. "Fang Chen, if you don't come out of Meteorite Valley within a year, I'll definitely massacre the OU clan and take revenge for you." Viper's voice was heavy, filled with killing intent. "Many thanks, Big Brother Viper." Fang Chen's heart warmed. Liuhen Island's master and divine herb master Yarrow Gui also expressed their stance. Fang Chen, although Meteorite Valley is very dangerous, there's still a chance of survival. Don't worry and go in. As for Thunder Freya, we'll definitely save him. I'll go with you. Princess Xin, who was wearing a white dress, stood in the wind. Her long hair fluttered and covered her face. No one could clearly see the expression on Princess Xin's face. However, her words were filled with determination. Xin, don't cause trouble. Liuhen Island's master reprimanded. Princess Xin walked forward step by step and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Her fair hand bravely held Fang Chen's big hand. Then, her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen. A brilliant smile appeared on her face. Let's go in together. In that instant, Fang Chen's heart twitched. He didn't know why, but when he saw Princess Xin's brilliant smile, he felt that he couldn't refuse. All right, let's go in together. Fang Chen nodded heavily. I'll definitely bring you out in one piece. Princess Xin was very happy to receive Fang Chen's permission. She held Fang Chen's hand and didn't let go. I'll go to Meteorite Valley now. I hope you'll keep your word. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the OU clan's patriarch. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the true meaning of space and time and left Liuhen Mansion. Princess Xin followed closely behind. Liuhen Island's master and the others were also flying in the sky. Meteorite Valley was located on a plain outside Liuhen Mansion. With everyone's speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive. At the entrance of Meteorite Valley, Fang Chen glanced at Thunder Freya. Then, he entered without hesitation. Xin. Liuhen Island's master tried to stop his daughter, but Princess Xin shook her head. Father, please respect my choice this time. Moreover, I believe that Fang Chen will definitely bring me out. After Princess Xin finished speaking, she entered without hesitation. Liuhen Island's master was enraged when he saw his daughter enter Meteorite Valley. If you can't walk out of there, I'll destroy the OU clan even if I have to pay any price. After Fang Chen and Princess Xin entered Meteorite Valley, Divine Master Yarrow Gui and Viper looked coldly at the OU clan's patriarch. Crash. The OU clan's patriarch casually threw Thunder Freya away. Viper caught Thunder Freya. The latter wept bitterly, thinking that he had harmed Fang Chen. Don't be sad. Fang Chen will definitely come back. Viper said. Seeing Fang Chen enter Meteorite Valley, the OU clan's plan had succeeded. Everyone quickly retreated. Liuhen Island's master and the others also gradually left. At this time, the most abnormal person was Qing Hu. There wasn't a trace of anger on his face. Instead, he was very calm. So calm that it was as if nothing had happened just now. He stared at the entrance of Meteorite Valley. After a long time, he said, Brother Blood, you will come out. After Qing Hu finished speaking, he turned and returned to the Heaven Mark sect to enter seclusion. If he didn't break through to the heavenly body tier, he wouldn't come out. OU clan's headquarters, meeting hall. The OU clan's patriarch, the demon cloud ancestor, and the mysterious expert. That Fang Chen will definitely die after entering Meteorite Valley. The demon cloud ancestor was very happy. The OU clan's patriarch nodded. Then, he said, the plan can be carried out. It won't be long before the Heaven Mark sect completely disappears in the river of history. The mysterious expert also nodded. Then, he said, my demon blood clan has already infiltrated. At most half a year, we can launch an all-out victory. Then let's wait half a year and launch an all-out victory. The OU clan's patriarch smiled. The demon cloud ancestor contacted the demon blood clan. The OU clan promised great benefits to the demon blood clan. In the end, the demon blood clan was willing to cooperate with the OU clan. Moreover, the OU clan had already secretly bribed the various sects. After half a year, the deployment would be completed. The Heaven Mark sect would become incomparably lonely. Even with the help of Poison Snake and divine pharmacist Yarrow Gui, it wouldn't be of any help. The OU clan's ambition was great. They wanted to completely occupy Scar Island and seize control of it. Don't worry. As long as my OU clan becomes the ruler of Scar Island, we will give your demon blood clan 12 prefectures. The OU clan's patriarch laughed loudly. The expert of the demon blood clan also nodded in satisfaction. The demon blood clan's power was great, but they didn't dare to confront the humans directly. Not to mention infiltrating the human territory. They didn't dare to act casually. Once discovered by the humans, they would be met with a disaster. It was best to have a great force to cover for them. Both sides took what they needed. Chapter 12:23. Meteorite Valley was a mountain valley. However, the origin of this mountain valley was not small. It was said that in ancient times, meteorites from outer space would often descend on Scar Island. Moreover, every time these meteorites descended, the entire Scar Island would be alarmed. The seemingly chaotic meteorites from outer space would always descend within the range of Meteorite Valley. This place was originally a mountain peak, but it was forcefully smashed into a mountain valley by the meteorites from outer space. There were more and more meteorites from outer space. In the end, a powerful force was emitted from the meteorite's body, forming a terrifying formation that tightly surrounded Meteorite Valley. Later, some people wanted to explore Meteorite Valley out of curiosity. In the end, they died in Meteorite Valley. At that time, the appearance of Meteorite Valley shocked countless elites. Several elites at the peak of the heavenly body tier also entered Meteorite Valley. The casualties were disastrous. After that, Meteorite Valley was listed as one of the most dangerous places. So far, Scar Island was the most dangerous place. If there were no special circumstances, even elites at the level of the Scar Island Master would not be willing to enter. No one knew what was inside Meteorite Valley. This time, the OU clan used a vicious scheme to force Fang Chen to enter Meteorite Valley. They did not think that he would be able to leave alive. Inside Meteorite Valley, Fang Chen stood in the valley, looking at the boundless land. "Is this Meteorite Valley?" Fang Chen muttered to himself. There was no one around him. He did not know where Princess Xin was, and he was very worried. As soon as he entered Meteorite Valley, he felt an unusual aura. The golden heart beat rapidly, as if danger was approaching. At a glance, the vast valley stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Fang Chen had an illusion. It was as if the valley was surrounded by cliffs, and it was right in front of him. "Is this an illusion?" Fang Chen muttered to himself. Finally, after taking a few steps, Fang Chen discovered the mystery of Meteorite Valley. With every step he took, he saw a different scene in Meteorite Valley. After taking 5 steps, Fang Chen saw 5 different scenes. When he took the 6th step, he was shocked to find that there were many large meteorites on the ground. "Is this the true face of Meteor Valley?" Fang Chen asked. He didn't dare to believe what was real and what was an illusion. He cultivated the illusory sword principle, but the illusory aura was nothing compared to the Meteorite Valley. "I wonder how Princess Xin is doing." Fang Chen was a little anxious. But there was no point in being anxious. Fang Chen summoned the little mouse and the demon armor bug. "Help me check the situation in Meteorite Valley." "Be careful," Fang Chen said. The demon armor bug and the little mouse disappeared from Meteorite Valley with a whoosh. Fang Chen's eyes widened. He couldn't clearly see the trajectory of their disappearance. It seemed that this was because of Meteorite Valley. Even Big Brother Viper doesn't want to enter here. "What danger is there?" Fang Chen asked. Up until now, Fang Chen's understanding of Meteorite Valley was limited. He didn't know what to do. Therefore, he could only walk forward. Whoosh! Just like that, Fang Chen walked in Meteorite Valley. The vast valley stretched as far as the eye could see, sometimes close and sometimes far. With every step, the scene was different. Fang Chen walked in Meteorite Valley for 10 days. During these 10 days, Fang Chen was constantly studying the illusory sword principle. In these 10 days, under the special illusion of Meteorite Valley, his illusory sword principle had improved. This was a good thing for Fang Chen. At a certain point in the 10 days, the little mouse and the demon armor bug returned. The two of them were in a sorry state. They seemed to have encountered danger. "Boss, it's too dangerous. Those meteorites can move," the little mouse said, panting. Fortunately, his body was tough. Otherwise, he would have died there. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately said, "Take me to see. Boss, the attacks of those meteorites are very strange. You have to be careful." The little mouse and the demon armor bug led the way, and Fang Chen followed closely behind. 6 hours later, they arrived at an open space. At a glance, there were 5 meteorites that were 10 feet in size. These meteorites seemed to have existed since ancient times. Fang Chen wanted to approach the meteorites, but he was stopped by the little mouse. It was these 5 meteorites that had just attacked him. "Let me try." Fang Chen relied on his perfect sword body to approach the meteorites. Bang! After taking a few steps, the first meteorite moved and instantly sent Fang Chen flying. Fang Chen, who was sent flying, stabilized his body with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with surprise. Meteorites can attack. Is there life? Fang Chen thought to himself. The meteorites' attacks were very strong. Even with the protection of his perfect sword body, Fang Chen still felt a heavy blow. "I can't get close." Fang Chen stood in the distance and carefully observed the 5 meteorites. The 5 meteorites quietly stood on the ground. The surrounding was barren, as if it was a desert. Staring at the 5 meteorites, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Fang Chen's mind trembled, and his eyes widened. Is this a formation? Fang Chen patted his head. Why didn't he think of this before? Now that he looked at it, the position where the 5 meteorites stood was obviously a powerful formation. How stupid. Fang Chen thought to himself. After discovering that the 5 meteorites were a formation, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He had done some research on the Tao of formations. At the very least, he was a 1-star divine array master. Furthermore, he had obtained the inheritance of formations. Thinking of this, Fang Chen sat down with his legs crossed. "I'm going to comprehend it. You guys protect me." The little mouse and demon armor insect surrounded Fang Chen as he fell into a state of comprehension. No one knew what was going on in the Meteorite Valley. In the outside world, the atmosphere in the Heavenly Mark sect was very heavy. Unknowingly, there were some unfriendly words about Fang Chen in the sect. Chen-ph. It's all because of Fang Chen. If it wasn't for him, Princess Xin wouldn't have entered the Meteorite Valley. Now that our princess has entered the Meteorite Valley, it's almost impossible for her to come out. That Meteorite Valley is simply a place to harvest lives. That damned Fang Chen. It's all his fault. At first, the Heavenly Mark Island Master didn't pay attention to these words. But later on, he spoke up. This matter had nothing to do with Fang Chen. This suppressed the emotions of the Heavenly Mark sect's disciples. In the main hall of the Heavenly Mark sect, the Heavenly Mark Island Master, Divine Master Yarrow Gui, and Viper sat on the armchairs with grave expressions. Fang Chen and Xin have already entered the Meteorite Valley. It's useless for us to worry. We can only pray that they can come out safely, said Divine Master Yarrow Gui. That's right. With Brother Fang's potential, he might really be able to come out of the Meteorite Valley alive and give us a pleasant surprise. Although he hadn't spent much time with Fang Chen, Viper could feel that Fang Chen wasn't ordinary. His potential was heaven-defying. I hope so. The Heavenly Mark Island Master nodded. Shortly after, he changed the topic and looked at the two. Recently, the OU family has been making a lot of movements. They seem to be preparing for something. What else can there be? They're definitely guarding against us. Viper spread his hands. If Fang Chen couldn't come out of the Meteorite Valley safely within a year, the OU family would have to bear the wrath of 3 peak experts. This wasn't something the OU family could bear. Have you noticed that mysterious expert from the OU family? Divine Master Yarrow Gui asked. The Heavenly Mark Island Master nodded. That day, it was because they couldn't see through the identity of that mysterious expert that they didn't act rashly. That mysterious expert is very likely an expert that the OU family found from outside. This time, the OU family plotted to force Fang Chen into the Meteorite Valley because of this person's support, the Heavenly Mark Island Master analyzed. Just a heavenly body tier expert isn't enough to make the OU family so crazy. I'm guessing that there should be a great force behind that mysterious expert, Viper said. Hearing this, the expressions of the Heavenly Mark Island Master and Divine Master Yarogui changed slightly. In terms of overall strength, the Heavenly Mark sect was above the OU family. However, in terms of peak battle prowess, both sides were now equal. In a war between super forces, the most important thing was peak battle prowess. If there was a hidden force behind that mysterious expert, then it would be a little bad. During this period of time, we must keep an eye on the OU family and see what they want to do, the Heavenly Mark Island Master said solemnly. Because of Fang Chen, Viper was also tied to the Heavenly Mark sect's warship. He couldn't stay out of it. However, his brother was forced into the Meteorite Valley, and his fate was unknown. As the big brother, how could he stand by and do nothing? The three of them discussed countermeasures. Within the Meteorite Valley, in a certain open space, there was sand all around. Strong winds blew, and everything was grey. Nothing could be seen clearly. Dressed in a white dress, Princess Xin carefully walked through the sandy soil. I wonder where Fang Chen is. After entering the Meteorite Valley, she discovered that Fang Chen had separated from her. She naturally knew about the dangers of the Meteorite Valley. As she explored, she searched for Fang Chen. At this moment, on the other side of the sand, a figure walked in Princess Xin's direction. When he discovered Princess Xin, a sinister smile appeared on his face. I really didn't expect that someone would dare to come here. Seeing Princess Xin getting closer and closer, the person waved his hand, and a strange aura emitted from his body. This strange aura drilled into the sand. Suddenly, 5 huge meteorites broke out of the ground and trapped Princess Xin in a formation. When Princess Xin discovered it, it was already too late. What's going on? Princess Xin's face was filled with shock as she looked around. There was a figure standing on a huge meteorite. Who are you? Princess Xin asked coldly. Since this person was standing on a meteorite, it meant that he could control the meteorite. Could it be that he was an expert in the Meteorite Valley? Who I am is not important. What's important is that you've intruded into my territory. The person smiled sinisterly and jumped into the meteorite formation. Boom! Princess Xin emitted a terrifying aura as she threw out a punch. With a bang, the man's body was forced back and crashed into a meteorite. Whoosh! He quickly left the meteorite formation. Chapter 1224. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely be surprised. Because this person was none other than the Demon Cloud State's Skysword Mansion's Mansion Master. When he first joined the Skysword Mansion, he had interacted with the Mansion Master. Later, because of the Soul Kill Gate, he kept a low profile in the Skysword Mansion. The Skysword Mansion Master was the murderer of the Soul Kill Gate's hundreds of soul cultivators. And the reason he could become a soul cultivator was entirely because of that soul cultivator expert. After accepting the inheritance, he had promised to avenge the Soul Kill Gate. But when he returned, he went to Clear Sky Island. The beloved daughter of Scar Island's Mansion Master. The Skysword Mansion Master recognized Princess Xin. In the entire Scar Island, there was probably no one who didn't know Princess Xin. There was a hint of greed in his eyes as he looked at Princess Xin. Unfortunately, Princess Xin was very strong. He still couldn't completely control the meteorite array. However, he had plenty of time. He could keep wasting it. Princess Xin, you can't break free of the meteorite array. Outside the meteorite array, the Skysword Mansion Master smiled sinisterly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend the mysteries of the meteorite array. At the same time, on the other side of Meteorite Valley, Fang Chen was comprehending the meteorite array. The meteorite array was incomparably mysterious. It couldn't be measured by the general level of the outside world. Fang Chen's mind was filled with a large amount of array comprehension. As time passed, his understanding of arrays also improved. The Tao of arrays was incomparably vast. Arrays were like the ocean, and Fang Chen was a small wooden boat drifting alone in the ocean. He could be sunk by the turbulent waves at any time. He was carefully swimming in the boundless ocean. The little mouse and the demon armor insect were protecting Fang Chen with all their strength. At a certain moment, Fang Chen's soul shook in his mind. Immediately, his purple soul expanded greatly. It directly drilled into the meteorite array. Crash! Fang Chen opened his eyes, which shot out golden light. He saw through the mysteries of the meteorite array at a glance. I see. Inside the 5 huge meteorites, there was a kind of energy that was completely opposite to the power of vital spirit. When this kind of energy gathered, it would form a meteorite array. Fang Chen was very happy that he had comprehended the meteorite array. At the same time, the level of his array formation had also increased to 2 stars. A 2-star God formation master was nothing in the outside world. However, Fang Chen had achieved so much at such a young age. His future was limitless. Break the formation. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped onto the meteorite formation and began to break the formation. Fang Chen's method of breaking the formation was very tricky. In the blink of an eye, the meteorite formation was broken, and the 5 huge meteorites instantly drilled into the soil. The road ahead was flat. Fang Chen smiled and continued forward with the little mouse and the demon armor bug. They had been in the meteorite valley for some time, but they had not encountered any danger. This made Fang Chen relax his vigilance. However, to Fang Chen's surprise, he had originally thought that there would be no danger in a safe place, but now, he encountered the biggest crisis since entering the meteorite valley. A 10-meter-tall stone man was attacking him. Bang! The stone man's attack was too powerful, and Fang Chen could not block it at all. The second layer of the mysterious sky sealing technique was shattered as soon as it was used. The heavenly demon sword art and heavenly star technique were also ineffective. Boss, let me try. Little Mouse used its innate mystical power, extreme piercing. The terrifying purple spear pierced the stone man's body. Catcher. The purple spear broke, but a crack also appeared on the stone man's body. Fang Chen was shocked. Even heavenly body tier elites did not dare to face Little Mouse's extreme piercing head-on. This stone man forcibly shattered the purple spear and only left a slight wound. It was too terrifying. What should we do? Little Mouse was also a little anxious. This stone man's defense and attack were both very powerful. Peng! In the blink of an eye, the stone man arrived in front of Fang Chen. The perfect sword body was activated to the extreme, protecting Fang Chen's body. However, with a peng, the stone man's fist smashed into Fang Chen's body. Instantly, the sound of bones shattering was heard. Fang Chen's body flew out directly, the defense formed by the perfect sword body shattered. Poochie! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Go!" Then, he used the true meaning of time and space to travel through time and space, escaping this place. Hoo-hoo! Under the activation of the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chen's speed was very fast, and ordinary heavenly body tier elites could not block him. In a short while, he shook off the stone man. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, that stone man's speed is very slow, and it seems to only know how to use heavy blows, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded. He also discovered that the stone man did not have any attack skills, and every time it attacked, it was a huge punch. However, the stone man's power was too strong, and even the perfect sword body could not block it. Fortunately, the stone man's speed was very slow, and could not catch up. Otherwise, it would really be over. So close. Only now did Fang Chen realize that he had underestimated Meteor Valley. Meteor Valley that could make peak stage heavenly body tier elites pale at the mention of it was extraordinary. He had to be careful. Who knew when he would die here? Although the stone man did not chase, Fang Chen did not dare to stop. The true meaning of time and space was used as he wished, and his speed became faster and faster. However, just as Fang Chen was casually traveling through the void, the space suddenly became chaotic, and he fell out of a certain void. Peng! His body directly fell heavily on the ground, and he was in great pain. F***ck. Fang Chen could not help but swear. Why would the void suddenly become unstable? He got up, patted the dirt off his body, and looked at the little mouse and demon armor bug beside him. The two partners appeared to be very calm. Seeing the demon armor bug fawning over the little mouse, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Any demonic beast, after being in contact with the little mouse for a long time, would bow down to it. It was really amazing. Could it be that the heaven-devouring divine rat was born with the bloodline of a leader? Fang Chen shook his head, and did not think about it anymore. "Let's go," Fang Chen said. One man, one mouse, and one insect walked side by side. Suddenly, Fang Chen raised his head and saw that there was a huge looming meteor ahead. Then, he took a step and continued to look, but there was nothing. Is it an illusion? Fang Chen shook his head hard and continued to look. At the same time, the domineering purple level soul instantly spread out. Instantly, it enveloped a large area of the void. After checking, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. First, he found Princess Xin, who was trapped in the meteor array, and was secretly delighted. Then, he found the Sky Sword Mansion Master. Why is he here? Fang Chen was shocked. Why was the Sky Sword Mansion Master here? And with his strength, how did he survive? Needless to say, the Sky Sword Mansion Master seemed to have grasped the secrets of the meteor array and used it to trap Princess Xin. Although he was puzzled, Fang Chen still moved forward quickly. At this moment, the Sky Sword Mansion Master, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Ha ha ha, I see. After a few days of comprehension, he finally understood the meteor array's secrets. Now, he could control the meteor array as he wished. The meteor array was incomparably mysterious. The Sky Sword Mansion Master's mind moved, and the meteor array immediately restrained Princess Xin, making her unable to move. Looking at Princess Xin's impressive figure, the Sky Sword Mansion Master's heart trembled. Normally, he would not even dare to look at Princess Xin. However, in the Meteor Valley, he was fearless. Even the Liu Hen Island Master did not dare to step into the Meteor Valley. His greed was exposed. Crash. Entering the meteor array again, he was not attacked by Princess Xin. Princess Xin struggled with all her might, but it was to no avail. "My father will not let you off," Princess Xin said coldly. "I really want to know what it's like for a high and mighty princess to kneel before me," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said with golden light in his eyes. "You'll never have that chance." A cold voice sounded. Then, the void was torn apart, and a sword light shot out. It entered the meteor array at a tricky angle and went straight for the Sky Sword Mansion Master. Not good. The Sky Sword Mansion Master cried out in his heart. He immediately controlled the meteor array to block the sword light. Princess Xin immediately regained her freedom and launched a fierce attack on the Sky Sword Mansion Master. Crack! The meteor array was very powerful and broke the sword light. Seeing that Princess Xin was about to charge over, the Sky Sword Mansion Master moved his mind and used the meteor array to trap Princess Xin again. "I'm the king of the meteor array," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said in a deep voice. He grabbed Princess Xin's fair hand and was about to tear her clothes. However, another beam of sword light attacked again. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was furious and used the meteor array to block the sword light. Crack! After a few consecutive sword gleams to buy time, Fang Chen finally arrived through space-time. "Long time no see, Sky Sword Mansion Master." Fang Chen stood outside the meteor array with a bright smile on his face. Inside the meteor array, Princess Xin was overjoyed when she saw Fang Chen. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. "Fang Chen." "Princess Xin, I'm here." "Don't be afraid," Fang Chen said. Princess Xin felt warm in her heart. What a lucky guy," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said coldly. Back then, he also knew about Fang Chen's death. He did not expect him to have faked his death. But even so, what could he do? "You can't even break the meteor array. You want to be a hero and save the beauty? How ridiculous." However, while the Sky Sword Mansion Master was still in shock, Fang Chen easily broke the meteor array. 5 huge meteors drilled into the sand. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was shocked and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. "What's wrong with you?" The Sky Sword Mansion Master was puzzled. "You're surprised, aren't you? There's more to come." Chapter 1225. The Sky Sword Mansion Master wasn't as strong as Fang Chen. His biggest reliance was the meteorite array. But in front of Fang Chen, the meteorite array was useless. His body took a punch and was sent flying. Puchihe vomited blood and his face was pale. He crawled up from the sand with a gloomy face. Fang Chen, you ungrateful bastard. The Sky Sword Mansion Master roared in anger. After Fang Chen rescued Princess Xin, he walked towards the Sky Sword Mansion Master step by step. Offending Princess Xin, your ending was already decided from the beginning. Fang Chen said with an indifferent expression. Bang! Another punch sent the Sky Sword Mansion Master flying. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was thoroughly enraged. Fang Chen, you'll die if you kill me. Fang Chen ignored the Sky Sword Mansion Master's words and punched again. Crack! This punch directly broke one of the Sky Sword Mansion Master's arms. If he didn't control his strength, the Sky Sword Mansion Master would have died. However, he wanted the Sky Sword Mansion Master to suffer this kind of pain. Ah! The Sky Sword Mansion Master roared to the sky. He clenched his fists with hatred. I hate you. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was unwilling to accept this. You haven't forgotten about the Soul Kill sect, right? Fang Chen asked. The Sky Sword Mansion Master's face was filled with astonishment. He immediately shouted, Who are you? You're a remnant of the Soul Kill sect. Hearing the Sky Sword Mansion Master's words, Fang Chen sneered and said, I once received a favor from an expert of the Soul Kill sect. I promised to avenge him. After speaking, Fang Chen didn't give the Sky Sword Mansion Master any chance and stabbed out with the Hidden Star Sword. Poochie. The Hidden Star Sword pierced through the void and arrived in front of the Sky Sword Mansion Master's neck before ruthlessly stabbing into it. Fang Chen, you'll regret this. The Sky Sword Mansion Master roared in anger before his body fell heavily to the ground. After killing the Sky Sword Mansion Master, Fang Chen kept the Hidden Star Sword. Senior, I've avenged you. Fang Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, the soul in his mind vibrated, as if responding to Fang Chen's words. Fang Chen. At this moment, Princess Xin threw herself into Fang Chen's embrace. Her beautiful eyes flickered with tears. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone again. Fang Chen gently stroked Princess Xin's hair and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Princess Xin felt warmth in her heart. The more Fang Chen walked in Meteorite Valley, the more danger he felt. Furthermore, Meteor Valley was filled with complicated meteor spell formations. Some meteorite arrays were so strong that even Fang Chen couldn't see through them. After killing the Sky Sword Mansion's Mansion Master, Fang Chen and Princess Xin continued to explore Meteorite Valley. Fang Chen, this Meteorite Valley is too dangerous. Let's quickly find a way out, Princess Xin whispered. Fang Chen nodded. How could he not want to go out? However, this was Meteorite Valley. How could it be so easy to get out? However, he had to try. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. The vast valley stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground was covered with sand. As long as the wind blew, the sand would fly up. Fang Chen and Princess Xin moved forward quickly. Their aura shrouded them and they were very vigilant. 3 days later, Fang Chen and Princess Xin encountered a stone man. This stone man was as powerful as the one that chased after Fang Chen. Run. Facing the stone man, Fang Chen didn't have the strength to fight. He could only rely on the true meaning of time and space to escape. Whoosh. Whoosh. Although he was carrying Princess Xin, his speed didn't decrease. Under the frantic escape, they escaped the stone man's pursuit in a short while. In the void, Fang Chen was flying rapidly. Suddenly, he heard a delicate shout. Fang Chen, look. Following Princess Xin's finger, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. Is that a mirage? Fang Chen shook his head vigorously and even rubbed his eyes. He wanted to prove that what he saw was a mirage. However, contrary to Fang Chen's expectations, what he saw didn't disappear. It's real. Fang Chen looked at Princess Xin. The latter's beautiful eyes flickered. She also saw the scene ahead. Let's go and take a look. Ever since they entered Meteorite Valley, it was as if they were in a desert. Apart from the sand on the ground and huge meteorites, they couldn't see anything. But now, Fang Chen actually saw a large hall appear out of thin air in the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and Princess Xin arrived in front of the large hall. The large hall was 10 meters tall and filled with an ancient aura. The large hall looked a little dilapidated, as if it had been there for a long time. What is this? Fang Chen was shocked. How could there be a large hall in Meteorite Valley? However, just as Fang Chen was thinking, a sinister smile was suddenly heard. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared. Upon seeing the figure, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. How could it be you? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Even Princess Xin's eyes were wide open. Fang Chen, I said that you will regret it. The Sky Sword Mansion Master's face was filled with a sinister look. Fang Chen couldn't imagine why the Sky Sword Mansion Master would appear here when he had already killed him. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Don't you know who I am? You just killed one of my doppelgangers and you don't recognize me? The Sky Sword Mansion Master sneered. Hearing this, Fang Chen was instantly stunned and felt his scalp go numb. Even Creation Realm experts couldn't condense doppelgangers. Only legendary almighties who had surpassed the Creation Realm could condense doppelgangers. But the Sky Sword Mansion Master actually had a doppelganger. Previously, he had killed his doppelganger, but why didn't he notice it at all? Fang Chen looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master warily and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Why are you scared? Seeing Fang Chen's reaction, the Sky Sword Mansion Master laughed unscrupulously. Who are you? Why do you have a doppelganger? Fang Chen suppressed the fear in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you have killed one of my doppelgangers. Tell me, how should I deal with you? The Sky Sword Mansion Master looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Fang Chen secretly activated the space-time true intent and was ready to escape at any time. However, to Fang Chen's surprise, the Sky Sword Mansion Master had been provoking him with words but didn't attack. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he pondered. If the Sky Sword Mansion Master was his real body, he would have killed him long ago. But he didn't attack. Could it be? When Fang Chen thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. You are also a doppelganger, right? Fang Chen probed. When the Sky Sword Mansion Master heard this, he was stunned and said, Humph, if my real body was here, you would have died many times over. Apparently, the Sky Sword Mansion Master had admitted that this was his doppelganger. Fang Chen took a step forward and approached the Sky Sword Mansion Master. When the Sky Sword Mansion Master saw this, he frowned and shouted, Fang Chen, don't act rashly. If you kill me, you will be trapped in Meteorite Valley forever. When Fang Chen heard this, he stopped and looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master and said, You'd better tell me the truth. This doppelganger of mine is responsible for guarding this hall. If you want to go to the next place, you have to pass the hall's test. Don't even think about killing me and barging in. It's impossible, the Sky Sword Mansion Master said in a deep voice. His doppelganger was the hall's guardian and was protected by the hall. Who are you exactly? Why is your doppelganger the hall's guardian? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. The Sky Sword Mansion Master said, I'm the master of Meteorite Valley. If you want to leave Meteorite Valley, you have to pass the test. When Fang Chen heard this, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master. He naturally did not believe the latter's words. If he was the master of Meteorite Valley, would he still be able to survive? It was obvious that the Sky Sword Mansion Master was lying. However, since his real body could not appear, there must be a reason for it. When he thought of this, Fang Chen was no longer afraid of the Sky Sword Mansion Master. If I pass your test, I will be able to leave. The Sky Sword Mansion Master shook his head and sneered, You're too naive. Foreign martial artists have a slim chance of surviving in Meteorite Valley. You only have a slim chance of survival. If you pass the test, you will be able to leave. What a joke. You have to pass through 9 halls before you can leave. Fang Chen frowned. However, he did not say anything else. What's the test in this hall? Fang Chen asked. Under the Stone Man's attack, you have to persist for 2 hours. The Sky Sword Mansion Master said. Suddenly, a stone man appeared in the hall. This stone man was 3 meters tall and its entire body was made of meteorite. Raw. The stone man punched out and directly suppressed Sumo. When Fang Chen saw this, he used the true meaning of time and space and instantly disappeared into the void. The stone man punched nothing but air and continued to chase after Fang Chen. While Fang Chen was fighting with the stone man, a circle appeared on the ground. One had to persist for 2 hours in the circle. This circle was a little small and was not suitable for Fang Chen's true meaning of time and space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing that Fang Chen was constantly escaping, the Sky Sword Mansion master laughed eerily. Princess Xin was a little worried. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen's true meaning of time and space seemed to be the stone man's nemesis. The stone man's attack and defense were both very strong and had almost no weaknesses. And speed was the stone man's weakness. Although the stone man's attack was strong, it could not touch Fang Chen. As time passed, the stone man was enraged. It launched a frenzied attack that affected the entire circle. Not good. Fang Chen exclaimed and immediately used his perfect sword body to block the attack. Bang! The powerful attack directly affected Fang Chen. Fortunately, the latter's perfect sword body gathered at one point and erupted with a strong defense, barely blocking the attack. After the stone man launched a terrifying attack, it seemed to have used up too much energy and was a little weak. In the following time, Fang Chen dealt with it more calmly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Crack! The stone man's body festered and finally disappeared into the sand. What a lucky bastard! The Sky Sword Mansion master's face was gloomy and cold. Fang Chen spread his hands and did not say anything. If the stone man was not the Sky Sword Mansion master's clone and the guardian of this hall, he would have killed him long ago. Let's go. The door of the hall opened and Fang Chen led Princess Xin in resolutely. With a flash of white light, Fang Chen and Princess Xin were teleported to the next hall. Chapter 1226. Meteorite Valley, in front of the main hall. Fang Chen and Princess Xin stared at the main hall. The main hall in front of them was exactly the same as the previous one. This is the second test, Fang Chen said. A ripple appeared in the sky, and a figure appeared. This time, it was a red-haired old man who looked very majestic. Little guy. However, when talking to Fang Chen, the red-haired old man was very gentle. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands and greeted. Being able to pass the first test as a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist only shows that you are very fast. The red-haired old man stared at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen was stunned, and immediately admired the red-haired old man. Senior, may I ask what the second trial is? Asked Fang Chen. The second test is actually very simple. Crack the meteorite array. After saying that, the red-haired old man waved his hand, and Fang Chen was trapped in the array. This meteorite formation was formed by 9 huge meteorites. It was clearly much stronger than the previous formation formed by 5 meteorites. Crack the array. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to study the array. Fortunately, he had studied the meteorite array before, so it was easy to start. 10 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months later, Fang Chen thoroughly studied the meteorite array. At a certain moment, he stood up and waved his hand, and the meteorite array was cracked. Not bad. The red-haired old man smiled and said, cracking the array in 2 months, your speed is fast enough. Senior, did I pass the test? Fang Chen asked. The red-haired old man nodded. Then can I ask a question? Go ahead. Perhaps it was because no one had come here for a long time, so the red-haired old man was a little bored. Who is the guardian of the first hall? Fang Chen asked. He is a tragedy. His original body was a very powerful martial artist. Even the lord of the archipelago would be afraid of him. But now, he is suppressed in the depths of Meteorite Valley, the red-haired old man said with a smile. Fang Chen was shocked to hear this. If it's suppressed, then why is his clone still able to move around in Meteorite Valley? Fang Chen did not understand. He has 3 doppelgangers. One of them is in the outside world, the second one is the guardian of the first stage, and the third one is in Meteorite Valley, trying to comprehend the nature of the world. He hopes that one day, he will be able to save his original body, the red-haired old man said. Fang Chen understood. So that was how it was. It seemed like the clone of the Sky Sword Mansion was still free and unfettered. If the main body is so strong, why is the clone so weak? Creating an avatar consumes a lot of energy. Furthermore, the avatar that is created will be very weak at the beginning and will need to be nurtured by the main body. This person didn't have time to nurture his clone before he was suppressed. That's why his clone is very weak. The red-haired old man explained a lot, and Fang Chen finally understood. At the same time, he felt that Meteorite Valley was unfathomable. Senior, does Meteorite Valley have a master? Hearing Fang Chen's question, the red-haired old man nodded, and then shook his head. Fang Chen did not understand. What did this mean? The red-haired old man sighed with emotion. Actually, we, the Guardians, have all entered Meteorite Valley by mistake and were trapped here. At that time, there were many who entered Meteorite Valley. We survived, but the others all died. The few of them who survived became gatekeepers. Thus, they were forever trapped here, unable to see the light of day again. Strictly speaking, Meteorite Valley has no master. Every island has its own will. This is the will of heaven and earth, and its power is unparalleled. Everything in Meteor Valley is controlled by Scar Island's willpower. Meteorite Valley is the core place that maintains the normal operation of the regulations of heaven and earth on Scar Island. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect Meteorite Valley to have such a powerful background. No wonder even elites at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier did not dare to enter Meteorite Valley. So that was the reason. Then, Fang Chen's expression changed, and he was somewhat worried. Brat, although Meteorite Valley is dangerous, there is also a slim chance of survival. 9 large halls, 9 checkpoints. As long as you pass, you can safely leave. If you fail, only death awaits, the red-haired old man said. No wonder after entering Meteorite Valley, Fang Chen felt that the regulations of heaven and earth here were much more complete than the outside world. Moreover, the operation trajectory was very clear, and he could vaguely feel it. Now, he finally understood. As it turned out, this was the core of the operation of the regulations of heaven and earth on Scar Island, where the will of Scar Island was located. Meteorite Valley was like the heavenly divine lake of Clear Sky Island. However, there was no danger in the heavenly divine lake, and danger everywhere in Meteorite Valley. It seemed that the world had underestimated Meteorite Valley. After realizing the terror of Meteorite Valley, Fang Chen bade farewell to the red-haired old man and teleported to the 3rd checkpoint. Fang Chen's heart was extremely heavy. He had learned from the red-haired old man that the first 6 checkpoints weren't dangerous. The true danger came from the last 3 checkpoints. Since ancient times, countless experts had fallen in the last 3 checkpoints. Fang Chen, what's wrong? Princess Xin held Fang Chen's hand and smiled. Fang Chen shook his head, and his expression changed to a smile. Of the 9 checkpoints, we've already passed 2. Let's move on to the 3rd one, said Fang Chen. While Fang Chen was passing through the checkpoints, the outside world was also surging like a storm. For several months, the OU family had been accumulating strength, wanting to deal a fatal blow to the Heavenly Mark sect. The atmosphere in the Heavenly Mark sect was very heavy. Viper was in seclusion, comprehending the Poison Dao inheritance. As for the Scar Island Master and Divine Herb Master Yarrow Gui, they were in charge of the overall situation. As for Qing Hu, he was still in seclusion. Although the OU family hadn't started an all-out war, their disciples had been having small conflicts with the Heavenly Mark sect. From time to time, they would destroy the Heavenly Mark sect's properties. Although the Scar Manor was filled with smoke, the other provinces were as calm as ever. Demon Cloud Province, Heavenly Sword Mansion. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's master's face was extremely gloomy. That damned Fang Chen. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's master smashed the table beside him. The clone in Meteorite Valley was the freedom he had obtained from the exchange of willpower. If there was a day when he could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in Meteorite Valley, he would be able to regain his freedom. But now, he was actually killed by Fang Chen. His heart was filled with hatred. As for the clone guarding the checkpoint, he couldn't make a move due to the laws of heaven and earth. He couldn't leave the main hall, let alone comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in Meteorite Valley. This clone is too weak. It can't even use the inter-island teleportation array. The journey is long and dangerous. There's no way he can return to ask for help. The more the Heavenly Sword Mansion's master thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to tear Fang Chen into pieces, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to pray that Fang Chen died in Meteorite Valley. My main body will definitely come out, the Heavenly Sword Mansion's master said in a deep voice. From this day onwards, the Heavenly Sword Mansion's master disappeared mysteriously and never appeared again. The Heavenly Sword Mansion had no leader and fell into chaos. However, when the Demon Cloud State received the news, they immediately sent experts to take over the Heavenly Sword Mansion and appointed a new mansion master. At this point, the era of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's master had completely come to an end. No one knew why the Heavenly Sword Mansion's master disappeared mysteriously. Only he knew that he was worried that Fang Chen would come out of Meteorite Valley. Just in case, he hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to enter Meteorite Valley to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and rescue his main body. The third checkpoint was easily cleared. The fourth checkpoint was easily cleared. In this way, Fang Chen went all the way to the seventh checkpoint without any hindrance. The difficulty of this hurdle was greatly increased, and Fang Chen's footsteps came to a halt. The seventh checkpoint is to test the control of true intent, the guard said. The challenger must have 7 true intents, and all of them must have reached the 3rd grade. Fang Chen's face twitched when he heard this. No wonder the red-haired old man said that the last 3 checkpoints were very difficult. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. I want to make one thing clear. You only have 7 years. If you can't complete the checkpoint after the time is up, your soul will scatter. After that, the guard disappeared and a meteorite array appeared around Fang Chen. Don't worry. Seeing the worry on Princess Xin's face, Fang Chen comforted her. Immediately, he no longer wasted time and began to comprehend the true intent. Fortunately, he now had 4 true intents and only needed to comprehend 3 more. Among the 4 true intents, the sword true intent was the highest, reaching the 7th grade. The time and space true intent was the highest, a peerless true intent, reaching the 5th grade. The darkness true intent reached the 3rd grade. The ice true intent also reached the 3rd grade. Only with 3 true intents could he pass the checkpoint. To comprehend the true intent, the prerequisite was to comprehend the intent realm. Among the many intents that Fang Chen comprehended, he finally chose the fire intent realm. In terms of flames, Fang Chen still had some advantages. The golden heart had fused with the undying bird's blood essence. The ancient divine beast, the undying bird, specialized in flames. Once the undying flame was unleashed, it could burn the sky and was very domineering. His own black flames were also gradually evolving into the undying flame. These conditions were all beneficial to him. Moreover, it could save him time. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by black flames as he began to comprehend the fire intent. Comprehending the true intent wasn't too difficult for a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist. However, it varied from person to person. Some people were stuck at one true intent and couldn't break through for the rest of their lives. Some people only needed an instant to comprehend the true intent. Blazing flames wrapped around his body as Fang Chen immersed himself in the flames. The undying bird's blood essence in the golden heart was also gradually released. Even through the meteorite array, Princess Xin could feel her heart palpitating. What a terrifying flame! Princess Xin said to herself. Her beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chen, who was inside the meteorite array formation. She was very curious. What did this guy go through? How could he have such achievements at such a young age? Compared to Fang Chen, she, the apple of the Liuhen Island Lord's eye, was overshadowed. Fang Chen was too dazzling. He was destined to be the overlord of the world in the future. Princess Xin's mind was filled with the scene of Fang Chen taking revenge for her. Chapter 1227. When he was still in the ancient Sword Continent, Fang Chen had already comprehended the supreme true intent, the true intent of void. At that time, it was too difficult to comprehend a true intent unless one was an absolute genius. As time passed, the world he came into contact with had also changed. It was easier to comprehend a true intent in the heaven star border realm. At this stage, most martial artists would not easily comprehend multiple true intents. Instead, they would focus on one true intent. To them, it was easy to comprehend a true intent. However, it was extremely difficult to raise the true intent to the extreme. Inside the meteorite array, Fang Chen was surrounded by dense black flames. These black flames were mixed with a trace of purple flames. These purple flames were extremely close to the undying flame. However, it was only close. It was much stronger than the black flames. This was the effect of the undying bird's blood essence. For many years, the black flames had been slowly transforming. If one day, the black flames could completely transform into purple flames, it would be amazing. Fang Chen's mind was filled with the concept of fire. He was no stranger to the concept of fire. Without much comprehension, the concept of fire had already reached the peak of the third minor realm. Now, Fang Chen wanted to transform the concept of fire into the true intent of fire. This transformation was not a big problem. In just a month, Fang Chen had successfully comprehended the true intent of fire. The black flames were half filled with purple flames. The true intent of fire was extremely powerful. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He opened his palm and a purple flame appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. He had comprehended the true intent of fire. He just needed to raise it to the third grade. Although Fang Chen was very confused about this test, he still followed the rules. It was only a matter of time before he could raise the true intent. After another month, the true intent of fire had reached the third grade. At this time, it had been half a year since Fang Chen entered the meteorite valley. In the outside world, the Scar Island was in chaos. Some time ago, the OU clan could no longer hold back and launched an attack on the Heaven Marks sect. Under the lead of the OU family's old ancestor, many experts of the OU family were constantly destroying the branches of the Heavenly Marks sect. At the same time, half of the 24 prefectures had fallen. When this news spread to the Heavenly Marks sect, the island lord of the Heavenly Marks sect was furious. He commanded the experts of the Heavenly Marks sect to go out to battle. For a time, the two superforces on Mark Island started a chaotic battle that affected every corner of Mark Island. On Scar Island, the people had no way to make a living. During this time, Poison Snake and Divine Master Yarogui were also fighting with all their might. Originally, the Heaven Mark sect controlled most of the resources on Scar Island, and they also had the support of willpower. There was no need to fear the OU clan. However, after fighting for nearly a month, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. 24 prefectures had all fallen in one night. When Island Master Liu Hen heard this news, his heart was filled with rage. Damned demonic blood clan. The demonic blood race was the enemy of the entire human race. Since the beginning of this era, the demonic blood race had been fighting with the human race for territory. For countless years, the demonic blood race and the human race had been fighting non-stop. In the end, the human race suppressed the demonic blood race and took over most of the territories in the universe. Only a few territories with poor environments were left, allowing the demonic blood race to struggle at death's door. The demonic blood race did not dare to endure the humiliation. They secretly planned to infiltrate the human race's territories many times, wanting to incite a war between the human race. Unexpectedly, the OU family had actually cooperated with the demonic blood race. The OU family has betrayed the human race. They should be punished. The island lord of the Heavenly Marks sect immediately ordered all the major forces on Mark Island to unite and deal with the OU family and the demonic blood race. At this stage, the battle was no longer a simple battle between two major forces. It was a battle between the human race and the demonic blood race. Some of the forces that were originally hesitating joined the Heaven Mark sect's camp after knowing that the OU family had colluded with the demonic blood race. In an instant, the strength of the Heaven Mark sect's camp skyrocketed, and they were in a stalemate with the OU family and the demonic blood race. No one could do anything to the other. The Heaven Mark sect used their full strength to control the entire Mark Island. As for the other 23 provinces, they fell under the control of the demonic blood race. The demonic blood race occupied the 23 provinces. With them as the center, they fought against the Heaven Mark sect. As for the OU family, seeing that the situation wasn't good, they withdrew from the Mark Island and went to the other 23 provinces. Within the Heaven Mark sect, Viper and the others gathered together. The island lord of the Heavenly Marks sect had a gloomy expression. "This battle will last for a long time," said the island lord of the Heavenly Marks sect. Viper nodded. Now that both sides were evenly matched, the demonic blood race wouldn't dare to attack in a short period of time. They could only be in a stalemate. "I didn't expect the demonic blood race to have infiltrated the entire Mark Island." The island lord of the Heavenly Marks sect felt a little guilty. He was the island lord of the Heavenly Marks sect, yet he didn't know that the demonic blood race had infiltrated to this extent. "Island lord, it's not your fault. The demonic blood race has concealed themselves too deeply," said an elder. The group discussed for a while. In the end, they decided to hold their ground and wait for reinforcements. They couldn't act rashly. Although the situation wasn't good, the island lord of the Heavenly Marks sect had confidence. The demonic blood race was just a branch of the human race's enemy force. Back in the day, the human race's ancestor fought against a group of heroes and suppressed thousands of races. Such heroic deeds were too shocking. Now, the demonic blood race wanted to occupy the Mark Island. Dream on. The battle outside continued. The demonic blood race's plan had met with obstacles, which slowed down the battle. Fang Chen, who was in the Meteor Valley, had long been forgotten by the outsiders. He had been in the Meteor Valley for half a year, and his strength had quietly increased. Of course, he was also prepared to face death at any time. 3 months after comprehending the true intent of fire, he had successfully comprehended the true intent of water. Moreover, he had naturally risen to the 3rd grade. Whoosh, within the meteor array, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Through the meteor array, he looked at Princess Xin, who was outside the array, and smiled. However, under Fang Chen's smile, there was a hint of worry. When he was forced into the Meteor Valley, Brother Viper said that if he didn't get out within a year, he would flatten the OU family. It has already been a year. I wonder how the situation is. However, there was nothing he could do in the Meteor Valley. He could only try his best to comprehend the 7th true intent as soon as possible and pass the stage. After chatting with Princess Xin for a while, Fang Chen continued to comprehend the true intent. After half a year, Fang Chen comprehended an extremely domineering true intent. The true intent of Dreamland. This true intent was a high-level true intent. Being able to comprehend the true intent of Dreamland had exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. When the true intent of Dreamland was used, it could allow a cultivator to instantly enter their own dreamland. In the dreamland, he was the ruler and could control everything. Once a cultivator entered his dreamland, they could only be killed by him. However, Fang Chen still had a trace of desire in the depths of his heart. It would be great if he could transform the true intent of Dreamland into the true intent of Dreamland. Although there was only a one-word difference between the two, they were worlds apart. The true intent of Dreamland was a legendary transcendent true intent that was on par with the true intent of Void. Its power was needless to say. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen smiled slightly. To realize this idea, he needed time. There was no need to think too much about it for now. The 7th true intent, the true intent of Dreamland, began to upgrade. The upgrade of the true intent of Dreamland was slightly difficult. After all, Fang Chen was already unfamiliar with the Tao of Dreamland. If not for the chance encounter where he combined the illusory sword Tao and absorbed some essence of the true intent of spacetime, it would be impossible for him to comprehend the true intent of Dreamland. The high-level true intent was almost there. It took half a year to upgrade the true intent of Dreamland. It had already been 2 years since he entered the Meteor Valley. To an expert, 2 years was just the blink of an eye. However, Fang Chen had cultivated for less than 30 years. It felt a little long. Buzz. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and stood up. Senior, I have succeeded. As soon as he finished speaking, the meteor array disappeared and the Guardian appeared. Let me see. Fang Chen nodded and released the 7 true intents one by one. True meaning of fire, true meaning of water, true meaning of ice, true meaning of darkness, true meaning of sword, true meaning of dreamland, true meaning of spacetime. After all 7 true intents were released, the gatekeeper was dumbfounded. Especially when he saw the last 2 true intents. The true intent of dreamland and the true intent of void. Even the Guardian did not recognize the last true intent. It was not the true intent of void, but the legendary true intent of spacetime. Senior, have I passed? The time limit was 7 years, and he had only used 2. The Guardian was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. Brat, you are not bad. Let's go. With that, the hall opened and Fang Chen and Princess Xin walked in. Clear Sky Island. More than 2 years had passed. The shock brought by sanguinity had long been forgotten. Now, the Xia clan was still dominant. On the other hand, the Piljing Temple and Black Heaven sect were about to fall out of the ranks of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. The reason was that they had secretly sent away sanguinati and angered the Xia clan. In recent years, the Xia clan had been suppressing the 2 superpowers. However, they did not dare to go all out for fear of causing chaos on Clear Sky Island. The Xia clan decided to gradually weaken the other party's power to unify Clear Sky Island. Inside Black Heaven sect, Tian Xin was cultivating hard every day, and Lu Li would give him pointers from time to time. In the entire Black Heaven sect, only he knew that Tian Xin was Sanguinati's disciple. And he had been keeping this a secret. Sanguinati had treated Lu Li well, and the latter did not want his only disciple to be known by the Xia clan and killed. For the past 2 years, Tian Xin's ears had been filled with the voices of the Xia clan attacking his master. There was never a smile on his face. His heart was incomparably firm. He only had one goal, and that was to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. One day, when his master returned to Clear Sky Island, he would be able to help his master. Tian Xin, don't think too much. Cultivate well. Lu Li looked at Tian Xin and sighed. Chapter 1228. Meteorite Valley, the 8th Hall. Fang Chen and Princess Xin stood there quietly, their faces solemn. What's the test this time? Fang Chen muttered to himself, frowning. From the 7th checkpoint onwards, the test became extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. He wanted to go out. He didn't want to die. Therefore, he could only try his best to pass. The gatekeeper appeared. He glanced at Fang Chen and smiled. Little guy, I didn't expect you to reach this step. You're really amazing. The gatekeeper was the clearest about how powerful one was to be able to reach this step. The tests in Meteorite Valley were very dangerous and varied from person to person. The stronger one was, the more difficult the test was. And now, Fang Chen's test was only at the Heaven Star border realm. Senior, what's the test for this stage? Asked Fang Chen. Look ahead. The gatekeeper pointed ahead. Suddenly, a dense crowd of stone men appeared on the boundless wasteland. These stone men were charging towards them in a menacing manner. What you need to do is kill 10 stone men. The gatekeeper chuckled. Fang Chen was shocked. At a glance, there were thousands of stone men. Not to mention 10, even one would be difficult to kill. Fang Chen still wanted to say something, but the gatekeeper had already disappeared. Fang Chen, I'll help you, said Princess Xin. She had been standing behind Fang Chen all this time. Even now, Princess Xin didn't want Fang Chen to face difficulties alone. At this time, the little mouse and demon armor insect also came out. Fang Chen's heart warmed. He nodded heavily. Kill. Following Fang Chen's furious roar, he and Princess Xin instantly entered the stone crowd. These stone men were weaker than Fang Chen had expected. But even so, Fang Chen was still at a disadvantage. Bang! Bang! There were too many stone men. They didn't know any secret techniques and only knew how to use brute force. However, even with that being the case, Fang Chen and Princess Xin were still being suppressed. The little mouse used its innate ability, extreme piercing, and was barely able to defeat the approaching stone golems. As for the demon armor insect, it was helpless in this battle. Its corrosive power was very strong, but it was powerless against these stone men. The stone man's defense was too strong, almost invincible. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and the others were besieged. Retreat! Fang Chen roared loudly as he could not allow himself to be surrounded by the stone men. Under the cover of the little mouse and the demon armor bug, Fang Chen and Princess Xin quickly retreated. The stone golems were slow, but there were too many of them. They chased after them in a grandiose manner. The rules of this stage did not state that they were not allowed to escape. Right now, Fang Chen couldn't kill the stone man, so he could only run away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen and Princess Xin fled aimlessly. What should we do? The stone men will definitely catch up, Princess Xin said. Fang Chen's mind flashed as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. However, at this moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. It seemed to be guiding Fang Chen forward. Follow me. Fang Chen roared, grabbed Princess Xin's small hand, and quickly fled. There were too many stone men. The little mouse and the demon armor bug could not hold them off. Bang! The little mouse was sent flying in an instant. It simply used the recoil to escape with Fang Chen. The demon armor bug also turned into a stream of light and disappeared among the stone men. Without obstruction, the stone men were even faster. The leading stone man roared at the sky. Its arms formed from meteorites waved constantly, causing the ground to tremble. Boss, the stone men are catching up. The little mouse shouted anxiously. Fang Chen pushed the spacetime true intent to the extreme and rushed forward. Soon. The golden heart was beating faster and faster. It seemed to be approaching its destination. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a mountain range suddenly appeared in front of them. Fang Chen entered the mountain range without hesitation. Dong! The moment they entered the mountain range, the golden heart exploded with a dazzling light. A destructive aura was instantly released from the golden heart, causing the entire mountain range to become extremely miserable. The stone men also entered the mountain range. Let's go! Fang Chen led the way in the mountain range with complicated terrain. After a while, the golden heart stopped beating. This was because Fang Chen came under a rock. Fang Chen's face was somewhat shocked. Under this layer of rock, an old man sat cross-legged. The old man's clothes were already in tatters. Are you still alive? Fang Chen approached the old man in tattered clothes step by step. Young man, you're finally here. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. In an instant, Fang Chen felt as if he had fallen into an illusion. Who are you? Asked Fang Chen. Who I am is not important. What's important is whether you know who you are. The old man laughed mischievously. Fang Chen tried to shake his head. His head was a bit muddled, as if he was about to faint. What do you want? Fang Chen said with difficulty. Give me your golden heart, and I can help you pass this tribulation. The old man smiled. No. Fang Chen became vigilant and retreated a few steps. How do you know about my golden heart? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The golden heart had always been his secret. How did this person know about it? Who was he? Was he a friend or foe? Seeing Fang Chen's nervous expression, the old man's face flashed with a sinister smile. The stone men will catch up soon. Even if you die, the golden heart will still be mine. The old man continued to emphasize the matter of the golden heart. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He was guessing the old man's identity. Whoosh! While Fang Chen wasn't paying attention, the old man waved his hand, and a golden light flashed. Fang Chen was shocked. The aura of this golden light was exactly the same as his golden heart. Who are you? Activating the perfect sword body, he instantly blocked the attack of the golden light. Seeing this, the old man's expression became serious. Then he stopped attacking Fang Chen. He stared at Fang Chen for a long time and sighed. You even have the perfect sword body. It seems that you have completely controlled the golden heart. The old man's words made Fang Chen even more puzzled. The golden heart and the perfect sword body were his secrets. How did this person know about them? Could it be? Fang Chen thought of a possibility in his heart. The old man seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts. He grinned and then turned into nothingness. With the golden heart, you are destined to become the top expert in the world. However, you will encounter countless dangers in the process. Only by enduring them can you set foot on the peak. After saying this, the old man disappeared. Suddenly, Fang Chen's head froze. Then, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Under the rock, it was empty. There was nothing. Where's that old man? Fang Chen was shocked. Why did the old man suddenly disappear? Princess Xin, what did you see just now? Asked Fang Chen. Princess Xin shook her head, puzzled. What's wrong, Fang Chen? Asked Princess Xin. Fang Chen frowned and turned his head to look at the little mouse and the demon armor insect. The two expressed that they didn't see anything. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel so real? Fang Chen suspected that everything he saw was an illusion. But it also didn't seem like it. Who in this world would know that he had the golden heart? Could it be? Fang Chen thought of a terrifying thing. This made Fang Chen's expression even more unsightly. Could it be that someone is secretly controlling the world? This golden heart is just a chess piece. The more he thought about it, the more Fang Chen's heart shook. Fang Chen, are you all right? Seeing Fang Chen's body swaying, Princess Xin hurriedly supported him. Fang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about this mess. No matter what, his current achievements were all because of the golden heart. If not for the golden heart, he might have died when he was struck by lightning on Earth. It was even more impossible for him to be reborn like this. Who cares? As long as the golden heart was harmless to him, it was enough. Thinking of this, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. I'm fine. He faintly smiled at Princess Xin. Boss, the golems are coming. Little Mouse said anxiously. Fang Chen's expression changed as he ran with Princess Xin. However, Fang Chen didn't see that under the rock, where the old man disappeared, there was a drop of golden light. A drop of golden light flickered. When Fang Chen left, this drop of golden light merged with the golden heart. The somewhat restless golden heart gradually calmed down. Fang Chen didn't know this, either. This mountain range was quite special. It was like a maze. Fortunately, Fang Chen had some attainments in the art of illusion, and could walk freely. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally shook off those golems. However, he still couldn't let his guard down. They carefully traveled in the mountain range. Boss, is there a time limit for this trial? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. If there was a time limit, who could pass? With so many golems, even if he had battle prowess comparable to the middle level of the heavenly body tier, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission in a short time. Then what should we do? We can't keep wasting time like this, right? Princess Xin asked. In my opinion, we should keep wasting time. When Boss and Princess Xin break through to the heavenly body tier, and the little bug recovers to the peak of cultivation, we can join forces and possibly complete the mission, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen shook his head. He was still young, and there were many things he hadn't done yet. He didn't want to be trapped here for a long time. Let's think of a way, Fang Chen said. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly caught sight of a towering tree in the distance from the corner of his eye. That's, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the towering tree. Little Mouse jumped onto the tree and asked, Boss, what did you find? Look. Fang Chen pointed at a yellow flower on the trunk of the towering tree. This flower had 3 leaves, and looked very ordinary. Boss, what's this? Dark Night Divine Blood Flower, Fang Chen said happily. Dark Night Divine Blood Flower, Chapter 1229. The Dark Night Divine Blood Flower was a magical flower. Of course, it was just an ordinary flower to heavenly body tier cultivators. The Dark Night Divine Blood Flower had a magical effect. It could hatch the Dark Night Queen. Back then, Fang Chen had obtained the egg of the Dark Night Queen in the Sword Burial Prefecture's God-burying sword prison. He had kept the egg with him all this time. Later, when he came to Scar Island, he had already forgotten about it. Now, after being forced into the mountain range by the stone man, he actually found the Dark Night Divine Blood Flower. This made Fang Chen very happy. With a thought, he took out the egg of the Dark Night Queen. The Dark Night Queen can condense countless Dark Night spawns. If it hatches successfully, we might be able to complete the mission, Fang Chen said with a smile. Really? The little mouse asked curiously as it stared at the egg. Fang Chen nodded. Then, he climbed up the towering tree and gently plucked the Dark Night Divine Blood Flower. I've checked the information. The Dark Night Divine Blood Flower can have 5 leaves at most. 3 leaves means it has grown for 3,000 years, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Princess Xin and the others came to a realization. With her status, she would definitely scoff at the Dark Night Queen. However, it was different now. With the Dark Night Queen, they might be able to complete the mission. Tens of thousands of Dark Night Queen mothers surrounded a single stone golem. That scene was too spectacular. Boss, how long will the incubation process take? The little mouse asked. I don't know. This was also the first time Fang Chen hatched the egg. He followed the steps and placed the Dark Night Divine Blood Flower on the egg. A strange scene appeared. The egg actually moved. It was actively absorbing the aura of the Dark Night Divine Blood Flower. In the blink of an eye, a leaf of the Dark Night Divine Blood Flower withered. Then, a second leaf, and a third leaf. After a while, the Dark Night Divine Blood Flower was completely absorbed. The egg began to hatch. Fang Chen and the others stared at the Dark Night Queen egg. The little mouse's little paw rubbed the egg. Roar. The stone man's angry roar could be heard. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He quickly put away the egg and prepared to move. Bang! Suddenly, a stone man appeared and sent Fang Chen flying with a punch. No! Fang Chen shouted, and the Dark Night Mother egg flew out of his hand. Seeing this, the little mouse used its innate superpower, and a terrifying suction force instantly enveloped the egg. In an instant, he sucked it into his mouth. Then, he spat it out. Bang! At the same time, Little Mouse was also sent flying by the stone man's punch. A trace of blood flowed out of the little mouse's body. When it came into contact with the egg, it was absorbed by the egg. Protect it well. Fang Chen shouted. It was only a stone man that had discovered them. Princess Xin exerted all her strength to fight the golem. Fang Chen also took out the star concealing sword and performed the heavenly demon sword art and the second level of the heavenly demon sealing art. The terrifying sword net enveloped the stone man. At the same time, the sky demon sword stabbed into the stone man's body. Bang! The stone man's body retreated. He was imprisoned by the sword net and desperately struggled. The little mouse used extreme piercing, and the demon armor insect used its powerful corrosive power to corrode the stone man. Rumble! The hand of stars appeared. Fang Chen used the heavenly star art. The huge hand of stars directly pressed down on the stone man's body. He grabbed the stone man's head and wanted to twist it off. Damn it! The stone man's neck was too hard. He couldn't twist it off. Boss, attack his weak point. The little mouse found the stone man's weak point. It was at the back of his head. Fang Chen heard this and pressed the hand of stars on the back of the stone man's head. Suddenly, the stone man exploded. At the same time, a message appeared in Fang Chen's mind. 1/10 of the mission was completed. Phew! Looking at the broken stones on the ground, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The stone man's attack and defense were unbreakable. If he didn't find the weak point, he wouldn't be able to break it. Boss, now that we found the stone man's weak point, we can easily complete the mission. The little mouse smiled. While speaking, the Dark Night Queen egg in his hand slipped to the ground and rolled beside the broken stones. Hiss! The Dark Night Queen egg underwent a strange change. Cracks appeared on the eggshell. It seemed like the Dark Night Queen egg was about to hatch. A trace of attractive force emerged from the eggshell and absorbed the broken stones. Every piece of broken meteorite contained a tremendous amount of power. This energy came from heaven and earth. After the Dark Night Queen egg absorbed enough energy from the broken stones, the eggshell instantly exploded. Buzz! Fang Chen's vision was instantly filled with a grey haze. He quickly retreated and stared ahead. The little mouse and Princess Shin were also very curious. "Boss, will a monster hatch?" The little mouse was a bit worried. Fang Chen didn't say anything and just stared ahead. Whoosh, after the dust settled, a miniature version of the Dark Night Queen appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Master." This Dark Night Queen egg's aura was very weak. It was obvious that it had just been activated. The little mouse was stunned. He didn't understand why the Dark Night Queen egg would call him master. But in the next moment, he understood. The Dark Night Queen egg sent him information. After reading the information, the little mouse opened his eyes wide and looked at the Dark Night Queen egg in disbelief. "Ha ha ha, boss, we got a good deal this time." The little mouse laughed. Then, he shared the information with Fang Chen and Princess Shin. After reading it, the two of them were also a bit stunned. "This is a mutated Dark Night Queen," said Princess Shin. After fusing with the little mouse's blood and the power of the meteorite, the Dark Night Queen egg has undergone a comprehensive mutation. Under normal circumstances, the Dark Night Queen egg wouldn't mutate. But it just so happened that the little mouse's blood was comparable to the blood essence of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. It was abnormally powerful. Coupled with the power of the meteorite, there was a great change. This made the mutated Dark Night Queen egg stronger. "Let him try summoning the Dark Night spawns," said Fang Chen. The little mouse gave the order. Immediately, numerous Dark Night spawns appeared in the Dark Night Queen egg's body. So many. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He roughly estimated that the number of Dark Night spawns was too terrifying. There were at least 10,000 of them. "How many spawns can you control at most?" asked the little mouse. "Over 1,000,000, replied the Dark Night Queen egg. Immediately, Fang Chen and Princess Shin looked at each other, and a bright smile appeared on their faces. Bang! The little mouse was caught off guard and was sent flying by the golem's punch. "Destroy it for me," roared the little mouse angrily. The Dark Night Queen egg summoned a large number of Dark Night spawns to entangle the golem. "Master, the golem's defense is too strong. I can't destroy it. I can only trap it," said the Dark Night Queen egg. That was enough. He used the heavenly star art. The hand of stars smashed into the golem's weak point, and the golem was sent flying. The Dark Night spawns crazily absorbed the energy within the meteors. "I've really picked up a treasure." Fang Chen was overjoyed. "Can we complete the mission now?" asked Princess Shin. In the following time, Fang Chen used the true meaning of spacetime to specifically target the golems. In just 3 days, he had destroyed 10 stone golems. At this time, the mission was completed. Crash. Fang Chen and the others returned to the 8th hall. "Little fellow, congratulations," said the gatekeeper with a smile. "The Dark Night Queen egg is someone no one would look up to in the outside world. But here, she can win by surprise." The gatekeeper's words hit the nail on the head. Fang Chen nodded. He was glad that the Dark Night Queen egg had helped him. "That's because my blood is too strong," said the little mouse. The gatekeeper glanced at the little mouse and opened the hall. "Young man, passing the 8th level doesn't mean that you can pass the 9th level." The gatekeeper reminded him, "With your strength, the probability of dying in the 9th level is 99%. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard that. He could sense danger from the gatekeeper's words. But he had no choice. "I want to go out," said Fang Chen. "You have great potential. Actually, there's no need to take the risk. Cultivate in Meteorite Valley for 100 years and reach the creation realm. Then, you can easily go out," said the gatekeeper. "Then why are the experts who have surpassed the creation realm suppressed here?" Fang Chen asked. He didn't believe the gatekeeper's words. Besides, even if he did, he couldn't wait for 100 years. There were many things he hadn't done yet. Find his wife and mother. And find the mystery of the golden heart. That's because he's too ambitious. He wants to refine the will of Scar Island. The gatekeeper revealed a secret. Refine the will of Scar Island. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. The Sky Sword Mansion Master's original body was too arrogant. It was ridiculous that he wanted to refine the will. The will was given to Scar Island by heaven and earth. Refining the will was going against the rules of heaven and earth. No wonder it was suppressed. That's right. That person is very strong and is about to transcend life and death. But he wanted to refine the will and become part of the rules of heaven and earth. In the end, he failed and was suppressed by the will, said the gatekeeper. However, although he's not dead and is suppressed, it's no different from being dead. He has been suppressed by the will of Clear Sky Island for 1,000,000 years. His body has decayed and his primordial spirit is about to collapse. He still has a clone, said Fang Chen. The gatekeeper shook his head. So what if he has a clone? It violates the rules of heaven and earth. His clone is rejected by the rules and will never reach the strength of his original body. Hearing this, Fang Chen fell silent. After a long while, he turned to look at the gatekeeper and asked, Senior, as you said, the operation of our universe is also part of the rules of heaven and earth. If that's the case, what is the purpose of our cultivation? Young man, you think too much. You haven't even reached the heavenly body tier. There's no need to think about this. Chapter 1230. It wasn't easy to pass the 8th level. That was why the gatekeeper answered Fang Chen's question carefully. Clearly, with Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to understand the rules. Not to mention exploring them. The gatekeeper chuckled and said something before ignoring Fang Chen. Finally, Fang Chen entered the main hall and was transported to the 9th level. Fang Chen was filled with excitement as he stood in front of the 9th level. As long as he could pass the last level, he would be able to leave this place. Meteorite Valley. If he could leave this place alive, it would definitely shock everyone. The gatekeeper of the 9th level appeared. Not bad. You passed the first 8 levels so quickly. Obviously, the gatekeeper knew about Fang Chen's situation. His face was full of smiles, as if he liked Fang Chen very much. Senior, may I ask what the 9th level is? Fang Chen asked. The gatekeeper chuckled and said, the 9th level is very simple. As long as you can gain the recognition of the willpower, you will pass. Fang Chen was shocked to hear that. It was extremely difficult to gain the recognition of the willpower. How can I gain the recognition of the willpower? Fang Chen asked. There is an ancient void battlefield here. Your task is to enter it and fight with the same level of shadow until you can defeat the strongest shadow, the gatekeeper said slowly. There are a total of 9 shadows in the ancient void battlefield. Each of them is at Heaven Dipper Realm level 9, but their strength is different. The gatekeeper didn't go into detail and just let Fang Chen experience it himself. Fang Chen cupped his fists and prepared to enter the ancient void battlefield. Kid, if you fail, you will most likely die. This was a kind reminder. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen's body was extremely heavy as he stepped into the ancient void battlefield. Princess Xin stood in front of the main hall, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. The ancient void battlefield seemed to be isolated by some kind of power. Here, there was no need to worry about being too strong and tearing the void apart. This ancient void battlefield was extremely sturdy. Even heavenly body tier elites wouldn't be able to shatter the ground. One could only imagine how tough the ancient void battlefield was. Fang Chen, who was standing in the ancient void battlefield, could clearly feel the ground shaking. The ancient void battlefield was very small, just right for the two of them to fight. There was a yellow circle where Fang Chen was standing. Lad, this yellow circle is the safe zone. If you can't defeat your opponent, you can enter the circle, the gatekeeper's voice sounded in his ears. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. However, with this yellow circle, the situation would be different. However, when you fight to the end, if you are no match for your opponent, you won't even have the time to return to the circle, the guardian muttered to himself. He had guarded this place for countless years. He had seen many prodigies, and had even seen some elites at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier. In the end, he died tragically here. Countless martial artists were buried in the ancient void battlefield. Everyone knew that Meteor Valley was dangerous, but they didn't know that the real danger was in the ancient void battlefield. Fang Chen stepped out and left the yellow circle. It was also at this moment that a shadow appeared out of thin air. This shadow didn't have any fluctuation of vital essence around it, but it gave off a very strong feeling. Ha! With a low shout, Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body and used the Sky Demon Sword technique. Xiu! A dazzling Sky Demon Sword light suddenly whizzed over, carrying an extremely powerful force as it pierced toward the shadow. However, what Fang Chen didn't expect was that the shadow clenched its fist and instantly threw out a punch. Catcher! With one punch, the Sky Demon Sword light shattered. This scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Is this the battle prowess of a 9th-level Heaven Dipper tier elite? Fang Chen was shocked, but the star-concealing sword in his hand didn't stay idle. He quickly used the mysterious sky sealing technique. The second level of the mysterious sky sealing technique was extremely powerful. A terrifying net of swords instantly enveloped the illusory figure. Crack! At the same time, Fang Chen used the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Fang Chen's soul had already reached the purple rank, which was already the highest realm of the soul. However, Fang Chen still hadn't completely mastered the purple rank soul. Therefore, he still couldn't display the combat strength of an early level 7 soul cultivator. Otherwise, what was a mere shadow? Even so, the power of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique couldn't be underestimated. In the sky, a thick thunderbolt instantly appeared. Under the latter's control, it suddenly smashed into the shadow's head. Crack! The shadow was hit and instantly dissipated. Whoosh! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The combat strength of this shadow definitely surpassed that of a third-step martial artist. This was only the first shadow. What about the other shadows? How strong was their combat strength? Crash! While Fang Chen was thinking, the second shadow appeared. As soon as it appeared, it launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chen. The shadow's attack technique was very tricky. Even someone as experienced as Fang Chen was a little caught off guard. Mysterious Sky Sealing Technique. Fang Chen's most powerful sword technique so far. Crack! The shadowy figure punched the net of swords, and the net of swords was shattered. Then, Fang Chen used the first level of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, but it was still dodged by the shadow. Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. This shadow was too abnormal. His current combat strength was already invincible under the heavenly body tier. However, facing the second shadow, he actually couldn't suppress it. Again, Fang Chen was also somewhat unconvinced. At the same cultivation level, he actually couldn't defeat the second shadow. Suddenly, his heart was filled with an unwillingness to admit defeat. In the following time, Fang Chen fought fiercely with the second shadow. Peng, peng, peng. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought for an hour, but there was still no winner. Fang Chen tried everything but still couldn't defeat the second shadow. This made the former very depressed. This second shadow has no flaws, and its battle technique is also very tricky. How can I defeat it? Fang Chen thought to himself as he fought. Dong. Fang Chen found one and used the true meaning of time and space to instantly appear behind the illusory figure. Poochie. The star-hidden sword ruthlessly pierced into the shadow's head. The shadow seemed to have not realized that its body could disappear into thin air. Voila! The second illusory figure dissipated in the void. Then, the third shadow appeared. Who? As soon as the third shadow appeared, a vast aura filled the ancient void battlefield. Fang Chen felt extremely suppressed. Too strong. As if it was a heavenly body tier elite, Fang Chen was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. No. In an instant, Fang Chen made a decision. He couldn't fight it head-on. Then, Fang Chen forcibly used the time intent and retreated into the yellow circle. The third shadow stopped attacking and disappeared in the void. Huff! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So strong. I probably can't even block one move. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, in the outside world, Princess Xin's face was full of anxiety. Beside her, the gatekeeper snickered. He knew the situation in the ancient void battlefield with a glance. Senior, how is Fang Chen? Princess Xin asked anxiously. The gatekeeper seemed to be in a good mood. He grinned and said, "Don't worry. This kid is quite strong. He has already defeated 2 shadows. He can't fight the third shadow anymore. Senior, Didn't you say that the shadows fighting Fang Chen in the ancient void battlefield were all at the same cultivation level? Princess Xin asked. The gatekeeper nodded and said, they are at the same cultivation level. Then why was Fang Chen unable to continue fighting after fighting the third illusory figure? Princess Xin was very clear about Fang Chen's battle prowess. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was invincible under the heavenly body tier. If the shadow was only at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier, it wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen. The gatekeeper shook his head and sighed. Little girl, how long have you lived? How much do you know? In the vast universe, there are many geniuses that you can't imagine. Those geniuses are the true geniuses, the gatekeeper continued. I've seen one who reached the creation tier when he was just born. What? Reaching the creation tier when he was just born? Was he still human? That was too abnormal. The gatekeeper seemed to know Princess Xin's doubts and said in a low voice, that's a young elite of the god race. Ordinary people like us can't compare to him. God race? Princess Xin didn't understand. The gatekeeper didn't explain further. His gaze turned to the ancient void battlefield and landed on Fang Chen. With his current strength, he can indeed dominate the Heaven Dipper realm on Remnant Island. However, he won't be able to go to the vast universe. The gatekeeper said, every realm has an extreme realm. If he can break through the extreme realm, his battle prowess will soar. At that time, he can be called invincible under a certain realm. Extreme realm? Senior, you mean that Fang Chen can only walk out of the ancient void battlefield after breaking through the extreme realm? Princess Xin asked. The gatekeeper nodded. There are a total of 9 shadows in the ancient void battlefield. According to the challenger's level, Fang Chen is at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, and so are the shadows. However, these 9 shadows represent the path to the extreme realm of the Heaven Dipper realm. If he can defeat the last shadow, he can be called breaking through the extreme realm. People thought that he was invincible in the Heaven Dipper realm, but that wasn't true. Only by breaking through the extreme realm could one be called invincible. It's too difficult to break through the extreme realm. Princess Xin didn't understand, but she could feel it. Of course it's difficult. There aren't many geniuses who can break through the extreme realm in the entire universe. The number of geniuses in the old Hua Islands can be counted on one hand, the gatekeeper said. Princess Xin was worried about Fang Chen. The old Hua Islands had 36 islands under its jurisdiction. Each island was as big as Remnant Island, and some were even bigger. There were billions of martial artists. Among so many martial artists, there were less than 5 geniuses who could break through the extreme realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through the extreme realm. Chapter 1231. In fact, only the gatekeeper knew this. This so-called Meteor Valley was the power of the will of Scar Island to create geniuses. If one couldn't pass through it, they would die. If one could pass through it, their name would shake the entire Scar Island, and they would definitely be able to reach the peak of martial arts in the future. Fang Chen was forced into Meteor Valley, and by chance, he came here. Fang Chen didn't know what the gatekeeper said. He sat cross-legged in the yellow circle, comprehending the heavenly sealing technique. So far, he had cultivated the heavenly star technique to the extreme, and the sky demon sword art to perfection. Only the heavenly sealing technique still had room for improvement. If I can cultivate the heavenly sealing technique to the 3rd layer, or the 5 thunder tribulation technique to the 2nd layer, I should be able to compete with the 3rd shadow, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the following time, he had been comprehending the heavenly sealing technique. After the baptism of the Golden Heart all these years, Fang Chen's talent in the Sword Dao had become extremely heaven-defying. It was naturally much easier to cultivate the Sword Dao secret technique. However, the heavenly sealing technique wasn't an ordinary secret technique. After cultivating for a whole month, he barely reached the 3rd layer. After successfully cultivating the 3rd layer of the heavenly sealing technique, Fang Chen's strength skyrocketed. With my current strength, I can even kill a cultivator who has just entered the heavenly body tier, Fang Chen thought to himself. He looked up at the ancient void battlefield, and then walked out of the yellow circle. Voila! The 3rd shadow appeared. His attacks were still as powerful as before. Fang Chen used the third layer of the heavenly sealing technique as soon as he came up. Shio. The sword net in the sky became even denser. Above the sword net, there was a shocking aura. Under the true meaning of time and space, he controlled the sword net and started a fierce battle with the third shadow. After 15 minutes, the third shadow was defeated. Fang Chen took a deep breath, and before the fourth shadow appeared, he retreated into the yellow circle. The fourth shadow was definitely much stronger than the third shadow. He sat cross-legged in the yellow circle. Fang Chen was also pondering. What exactly did these 9 illusionary figures represent? Is this the real Heaven Dipper realm invincible, or could it be that if he was invincible in the Heaven Star Border realm, he would be even stronger? Fang Chen was comprehending the Tao. At this stage, the mysterious heaven sealing technique could no longer be improved. He could only comprehend the Tao. The ruler's sword qi filled Fang Chen's body. In his mind, he recalled the battle with the illusory figure. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen sat in the yellow circle for 3 days. 3 days later, Fang Chen began to temper himself, polishing every corner of his body. Every bone had to be tempered again and then polished. Only by polishing yourself to perfection can you become stronger, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen had no idea that everything he had done had already attracted the attention of the gatekeeper. In the outside world, the gatekeeper sitting on the blue stone suddenly stood up. His face was filled with disbelief. This brat's comprehension ability is too monstrous. After a long time, the gatekeeper shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he had underestimated this brat. He only defeated 3 illusory figures, and he already knew how to temper himself. He was truly a martial arts genius. Perhaps, he can really break through the extreme realm, the gatekeeper said to himself. In the ancient void battlefield, as Fang Chen tempered his body, the Golden Heart also sent out messages. These messages made Fang Chen ecstatic. There are 3,980 meridians in the body. After reading the message from the Golden Heart, Fang Chen was shocked. He had never done any research on the body. He didn't expect there to be so many meridians in the body. According to the Golden Heart, there was a kind of genius in the world called a genius who could break through the extreme realm. What was breaking through the extreme realm? Take the Heaven Dipper realm as an example. If a peak Heaven Dipper realm martial artist wanted to break through the extreme realm, he had to temper the 3,980 meridians in the body. Each meridian had to be tempered to perfection. Of course, that was not all. After tempering the meridians, he had to polish the bones. There were 785 bones in a martial artist's body, which were called black bones. He had to grind all of these black bones into golden bones to complete the second step. The third step was to burn the soul. The most important thing for a martial artist was the soul. If the physical body was shattered, but the soul was not, the martial artist could still rely on some heaven-defying means to rebuild the physical body. However, if the soul was destroyed, the martial artist would completely disappear in the long river of history, and his body would die. Therefore, the soul was especially important. The Golden Heart's message mentioned that if one wanted to break through the extreme realm, he had to burn his soul once. After burning, the soul would be reborn. This was the key prerequisite for breaking through the extreme realm. That's crazy. Fang Chen couldn't help but say. Burning the soul was very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cause the soul to dissipate. After burning the soul, the martial artist would be reborn. The reborn soul would be even stronger. At this time, there was still the last step. It was also a step that Fang Chen didn't even dare to think about. It shattered the 9 vital essences in the Sea of Qi and let the shattered vital essences melt in the Sea of Qi. After reading the message, Fang Chen took a deep breath, and his face was very serious. Was this really the way to break through the extreme realm? Why did it feel like suicide? Fang Chen tried hard to calm down and come back to his senses. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, and a storm was set off in his heart. Extreme realm, this was the first time he had heard of this term. He had never thought of it before. According to the Golden Heart, there were very few geniuses in the vast universe who could break through the extreme realm with great perseverance. Breaking through the extreme realm of a cultivation level was relatively easy. What was difficult was breaking through the extreme realm of each cultivation level. According to the Golden Heart's records, geniuses who broke through the extreme realm in the Heaven Dipper realm could easily kill low-level heavenly body tier martial artists with their physical strength alone. This was not even mentioning the other secret attack techniques. Just thinking about it was scary. There's probably no martial artist who broke through the extreme realm on Scar Island. Fang Chen muttered to himself. If he hadn't been forced into Meteor Valley and came into contact with the extreme realm, who knew how many years it would have been? Fang Chen was thinking. He didn't want to make a decision rashly. After all, the process of breaking through the extreme realm was very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, he had the Golden Heart, and his recovery ability was very strong. Perhaps it was a chance. He pondered for a full 3 days. Fang Chen finally made a decision. He was prepared to try this path. If he could break through the extreme realm, his future would be bright. If he couldn't break through the extreme realm, he would stop when he felt danger. First, he had to refine his meridians. The 3,980 meridians were all imprinted in Fang Chen's mind. The Golden Heart beat rapidly, and a clear stream flowed to Fang Chen's feet. You want me to refine the meridians under my feet first? Fang Chen was slightly startled before he quickly replied. Scar Island. During this period of time, the Heavenly Mark sect and the OU clan had been fighting non-stop, and there were heavy casualties. The entire Scar Island was plunged into a land of misery and suffering. The reinforcements of the Heavenly Mark sect were still nowhere to be seen. This made the people of the Heavenly Mark sect a little anxious. Island Lord, where are the reinforcements? Viper asked with a gloomy face. The Heavenly Mark sect's sect master's face changed and he said, My Heavenly Mark sect's seniors are rushing back from the Old Flower Islands. But because our Scar Island is at the edge of the Old Flower Islands, the distance is too far. The Heavenly Mark sect's sect master didn't finish his words, but Viper already understood. The Old Flower Islands was too far away from Scar Island. Even if a manifestation realm expert rushed over, it would take several years. They had to hold on for the next few years. The OU clan and the demonic blood clan's attacks have increased recently. I suspect that they're plotting something, said Divine Master Yarrow Gui. Fight to the death, said the Scar Island Lord coldly. Just as he was speaking, a subordinate rushed in to report. Island Lord, the OU clan has launched a large-scale attack. They're about to break through our western defensive line. Full support. The moment the Scar Island Lord finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Divine Master Yarrow Gui, Viper, go and support the other regions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An hour later, the Scar Island Lord arrived at the western defensive line. The OU clan's attacks were too powerful, and their defensive line had already collapsed. Damn it! The Scar Island Lord cursed. Then, he stretched out his hand and blocked the path of the OU clan's army. Die! The Scar Island Lord's hand pressed down and instantly killed a large number of OU clan's disciples. Scar Island Lord, how have you been? The OU clan's patriarch appeared out of thin air and smiled sinisterly. You old bastard, you betrayed the human race. You deserve death. The Scar Island Lord was furious when he saw the OU clan's patriarch. He directly attacked the OU clan's patriarch. However, facing the Scar Island Lord's attack, the OU clan's patriarch didn't move at all. Just as the Scar Island Lord's attack was about to come into contact with him, his body suddenly moved. Bang! The space where the Scar Island Lord was just standing was directly torn apart. A peak stage heavenly body tier elite of the demonic blood clan appeared. Scar Island Lord, today is the day you die. As he spoke, 3 peak stage heavenly body tier elites appeared one after another. Including the OU clan's patriarch and another person, there were a total of 5 people. At this time, no matter how stupid the Scar Island Lord was, he knew that this was a trick of the OU clan. Scar Island Lord, as long as you obediently hand over the Island Lord's token, I can spare your life, the OU clan's patriarch sneered. In your dreams. The Scar Island Lord cursed. You're courting death. Next, the 5 peak stage heavenly body tier elites surrounded the Scar Island Lord. The battle was earth-shattering, and ghostly wails and howls could be heard. Not long after, a shocking piece of news arrived. The Scar Island Lord was severely injured by the OU clan's patriarch. In the end, he dragged his exhausted body and fled the battlefield, his whereabouts unknown. When this news spread, it dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Heavenly Mark sect. For a time, the Heavenly Mark sect's forces were defeated. Viper and Divine Physician Yarrow Gui also disappeared one after another. The Scar Island was lost and completely lost. However, because they didn't have the Island Lord's token, they couldn't activate the altar and obtain the recognition of the power of intent. In the short term, the OU clan's patriarch couldn't assume the position of Scar Island Lord. Chapter 1232. Fortunately, Fang Chen had been forced into Meteorite Valley. Otherwise, the OU clan would not have let him off after the fall of Scar Island. At that time, the OU clan was eager to kill Fang Chen. They could not wait any longer. Therefore, they resorted to a scheme to force Fang Chen into Meteorite Valley. In their opinion, entering Meteorite Valley was equivalent to death. Moreover, it was a death that caused one's soul to scatter. The genius martial artist whose name once shook Scar Island had long been forgotten by the people. This was the cruelty of the path of martial arts. Even if you were incomparably dazzling, everything would be for naught after death. Unless you were able to reach the peak while you were alive and leave your name in history. Otherwise, it was useless. Fang Chen did not know what was happening in the outside world. He was peacefully tempering his meridians. He was walking a path that ordinary people did not dare to walk. Breaking through the limit and achieving supreme combat strength. This was what Fang Chen wanted to do now. Of course, other than this, his goal was to leave this place. Tempering the meridians was a long process. Under the guidance of the Golden Heart, he began to temper the meridians on the sole of his feet. There were more than 100 meridians on the sole of his feet. It was the least amount of meridians in the entire body. There were some red dots in Fang Chen's mind. These red dots were the positions of the meridians on the sole of his feet. Now, he was tempering the first meridian. Everything was difficult to say. Once he started, the rest would be much easier. Tempering the meridians was, of course, done with the true meaning of fire. The true meaning of fire of the third grade instantly spread out. There were some purple flames in it. Under Fang Chen's control, they drilled into the sole of his feet. Hiss. At first, Fang Chen felt incomparable pain. But later, he gradually got used to it. The purple flames were very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the first meridian was completely tempered. At first, the meridian was dark yellow. But after tempering, it became transparent. Looking at this transparent meridian, Fang Chen felt that his body was gradually being reborn. Continue. There were 3,980 meridians in the body. If he wanted to temper all of them, it would take a long time. Furthermore, some meridians were more important and could not be tempered rashly. It took him half a month just to sort out these meridians. Then, Fang Chen entered a state of selflessness. He was surrounded by raging flames. A month later, the 100 meridians on the sole of his feet were completely refined. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that he had made a qualitative leap. Although it is still Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer, the strength has increased a lot. Give it a try. On the path of martial arts, one needed constant tempering and could not immerse oneself in bitter cultivation. Tempering one's meridians was the same. If one didn't test the growth of one's strength, how would one know if the method of tempering one's meridians was correct or not? He hadn't fought for nearly 2 months. This was the first time Fang Chen had made a move since he had finished tempering his meridians. He calmly walked out of the yellow circle, and the fourth phantom appeared. Boom! The fourth shadow's body was filled with a terrifying aura. If it weren't for my bitter cultivation in this short period of time, I'm afraid I would have been defeated in one move. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He made a move, and the vital spirit in his sea of qi gathered on the sole of his feet. Then, he suddenly kicked out. Crack! The 100 meridians on the sole of his feet were operating rapidly, and a powerful force instantly whizzed out and hit the phantom. Dong! A deafening sound resounded in the ancient void battlefield. The fourth phantom was defeated. I've only tempered 100 meridians. What if I complete all 3,980 meridians? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. He was looking forward to it. Fang Chen fought with the fifth phantom. The latter was very strong, and he was no match for him. He calmly retreated into the yellow circle. He continued to temper his meridians. Outside the ancient void battlefield, the gatekeeper's face became more and more solemn. Seeing Fang Chen tempering his meridians, his heart was beating rapidly. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This kid is really on the path to the supreme realm. Moreover, he has already made some progress in tempering his meridians. Maybe he can really succeed. At this moment, the gatekeeper felt how terrifying Fang Chen was. This kind of potential. The gatekeeper was shocked. Princess Xin couldn't wait for Fang Chen, and didn't want to waste time. She sat down cross-legged and prepared to break through to the heavenly body tier. Tempering one's meridians was an extremely painful process. Could you imagine the pain of having all the meridians in your body burned by a powerful flame? You couldn't imagine it at all. However, Fang Chen could imagine it. His face was twisted, and his whole body was in pain. There were a few times when he directly fainted from the pain, but he persisted. Breaking through to the supreme realm was no longer a dream. It was very likely to become a reality. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with Fang Chen. He entered a state of selflessness, and only when he was burned unconscious by the true intent of fire would he stop tempering. As for his crazy tempering, he had also obtained unexpected benefits. His meridians were being tempered one by one. 3 months later, all the meridians in his lower body had become transparent. During this time, Fang Chen didn't leave the yellow circle. He prepared to complete the tempering of his meridians in one go. 3 years after entering Meteor Valley, Princess Xin successfully broke through to the heavenly body tier. Terrifying power of stars crazily poured into Princess Xin's body. She was in high spirits. After reaching the heavenly body tier, her appearance had become even more charming. Hu Lane Princess Xin stood up, her beautiful eyes staring at the ancient void battlefield. Still not out. The gatekeeper at the side chuckled. This girl being able to break through was beyond his expectations. Not bad, the gatekeeper praised. For a very long time, no one was seen. But this time, 2 people came directly, and their potential was very good. Senior, how is Fang Chen? Princess Xin asked. This brat is not simple. He's making the final effort, the gatekeeper said in a low voice. At this moment, in the ancient void battlefield, the tempering of meridians had already reached the final stage. More than 90% of the 3,980 meridians had been tempered. Only some meridians in the head were left. The head stored the spirit, so he couldn't act rashly. Fang Chen carefully sorted out his meridians, and then began to temper them separately. At some point, he reached the final meridian. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Fang Chen's skull almost exploded. His spirit floated unsteadily, and his head was covered in blood. This was the danger of tempering meridians. It seemed simple, but it was actually endlessly dangerous. Fang Chen was stuck at the final meridian. His cracked skull gradually healed with the help of the golden heart. After resting for 3 days, he continued tempering. Just like this, his skull repeatedly cracked and healed. Fang Chen didn't know how many times he had tempered his meridians. Relying on his powerful willpower, he finally completed the tempering of the final meridian. Wang. At this moment, a sound of vibration rang out in his mind. The power of willpower descended, enveloping his whole body. This was the reward for breaking through the pinnacle level. Although he had only completed the first step, it was still worthy of a reward. The power of willpower baptized him. Fang Chen's whole body was bathed in the power of willpower, and he felt extremely comfortable. How good would it be if I could always cultivate here? The power of willpower was born from the laws of heaven and earth. Normally, martial artists couldn't see it at all. The baptism of willpower was very important to martial artists. It changed everything about a martial artist. Including talent, everything could be changed. Fang Chen's talent was already heaven-defying. After being baptized by the power of willpower, it was even more outstanding. The baptism of willpower lasted for 3 seconds. But Fang Chen felt as if 1,000,000 years had passed. Time accelerated? Fang Chen muttered to himself. When could his time acceleration reach such a level? Crash. Fang Chen stood up. Looking inside his body, his 3,980 meridians were extremely transparent and emitted a terrifying aura. He clenched his fists tightly, and a powerful force emerged from his body. So strong. Although the process of tempering his meridians was very difficult, and he might even die, he had finally endured it. Outside the ancient void battlefield, the gatekeeper was also happy for Fang Chen. Firstly, Fang Chen had great perseverance, and he could persevere through things that ordinary people couldn't. Secondly, Fang Chen had a very strong physical defense. Thirdly, Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying. Combining these 3 points, he was able to complete the tempering of his meridians. This was the conclusion of the gatekeeper's analysis. Since ancient times, countless martial artists had been timid on the path of the extreme state. Some martial artists only pursued the realm, and not power. But they didn't know that only martial artists who had broken through the extreme state were qualified to step onto the peak of martial arts. Completing the tempering of his meridians was only a small step. The road ahead was still extremely difficult. However, after the pain of the tempering of his meridians, Fang Chen's mentality became more tenacious. Since he had already come this far, he couldn't give up. "I will definitely be able to get out," Fang Chen said in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. Outside the ancient void battlefield, the gatekeeper felt the baptism of willpower and was extremely excited. It was too shocking to be favored by willpower. His eyes were burning. Could he really witness the process of an exceptional genius breaking through the extreme state in his lifetime? He was waiting. Princess Xin was also waiting. Breaking through the extreme state required time and opportunity. The gatekeeper thought that Fang Chen had relied on great perseverance, monstrous talent, and an extremely strong physical body. But he didn't know that he had been able to reach this step entirely because of the golden heart. The more it was like this, the more Fang Chen felt that the golden heart was too strong. Bang! He killed the 5th virtual shadow with 1 punch, and then the 6th virtual shadow. When it came to the 7th virtual shadow, Fang Chen was somewhat unable to defeat it, and he retreated into the yellow circle. The 7th virtual shadow's combat power is too strong. I'm afraid that I will only be able to defeat it after I complete the tempering of my bones. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he looked at the ancient void battlefield and muttered to himself. After experiencing the tempering of his meridians, Fang Chen was very confident about the tempering of his bones. All 785 black bones had been tempered into golden bones. This process would be even more painful. Chapter 1233. Just as Fang Chen was about to grind his bones, he suddenly felt the special spatial ring vibrate. Then, he looked down. He discovered that the special spatial ring had exploded, and the little mouse, demon armor bug, and Dark Knight Queen all appeared. Hiss, 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 purple light spread around the little mouse's body. It seemed to be breaking through. Yes. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. This breakthrough should be the heavenly body tier, right? However, before the smile on Fang Chen's face disappeared, the demon armor bug's movements attracted his attention. The demon armor bug is also breaking through. Fang Chen was stunned, then overjoyed. Wang! The Dark Knight Queen made a strange sound, and its aura spread, madly absorbing the power of the stars in the air. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Breaking through together? Such a scene was rare in the world. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen guessed the reason. The reason why the 3 of them could break through was probably because of the baptism of willpower. He was enveloped by willpower, and they more or less received some benefits. The baptism of willpower was really amazing. Rumble, the first to break through, was actually the Dark Knight Queen. There was almost no obstruction, and it broke through in an instant. After breaking through to the heavenly body tier, the Dark Knight Queen was very excited, and she nodded heavily at Fang Chen. After the Dark Knight Queen broke through, the demon armor bug also broke through. In fact, strictly speaking, the demon armor bug didn't break through. It should be recovering its cultivation. After reaching the heavenly body tier, the demon armor bug's aura was even more terrifying. Fang Chen didn't doubt that the demon armor bug now had the power to corrode low-level heavenly body tier elites. He was also very happy that the demon armor bug had become stronger. It was a great help to him. Finally, his gaze fixed on the little mouse. In the vast universe, the only heaven-devouring divine mouse. How powerful would it be after breaking through to the heavenly body tier? Fang Chen was looking forward to it. The demon armor bug and the Dark Knight Queen were also looking forward to it. Roar! Behind the little mouse, a huge purple rat phantom suddenly appeared. Immediately, a large amount of star power in the ancient void battlefield surged into the purple rat shadow. Suddenly, the purple rat's shadow expanded. 30 feet, 50 feet, 80 feet. Not long after, the purple rat phantom grew to a height of 300 feet. At this moment, it was still growing. Fang Chen's face was full of shock. As expected of a heaven-devouring godly rat. Even after breaking through to the heavenly body tier, it was still able to cause such a huge commotion. This was really too astonishing. The little mouse's breakthrough alarmed the gatekeeper outside. He stared at the little mouse in astonishment. What kind of race is it? In the impression of the gatekeeper, even the royal family of the rat race could not possess such power, right? Unbelievable. A heaven realm martial artist with a demon armor insect, a Dark Knight Queen, and a mysterious little mouse. No wonder he could reach this step. In the ancient void battlefield, the purple rat shadow behind the little mouse finally stopped growing when it reached a height of 990 feet. Dong! The 990 feet tall purple shadow took a step, instantly causing the ancient void battlefield to shake. Catcher! Then, the purple rat shadow collapsed, and cracks appeared all over its body. In the blink of an eye, the 990 feet tall purple rat shadow had completely collapsed. Power as vast as the ocean surged into the little mouse's body. Wang! The little mouse had broken through to the heavenly body tier. Voila! In an instant, the little mouse opened its eyes. A substantial ray of light shot out, shocking Fang Chen. So powerful. The aura emitted by the little mouse made Fang Chen feel suffocated. Boss, the little mouse said with a grin. How is it? Fang Chen asked. My innate mystical power has become stronger, the little mouse said simply. Fang Chen nodded heavily. After chatting with the little mouse for a while, he continued to sit cross-legged and began to polish his bones. His 3 capable subordinates had all broken through, so he couldn't fall behind. Although now wasn't the time to break through to the heavenly body tier, he still had to polish his bones. Strictly speaking, the bones of cultivators were called black bones. After being thoroughly polished, they would emit a golden light, and were called golden bones. What Fang Chen had to do was to polish all 785 black bones in his body. Polishing bones was a long process. However, with the experience of polishing meridians, it was much easier. When the first golden bone appeared, Fang Chen felt that his body had undergone a great change. Catcher! As he finished, Fang Chen shattered the second bone. It began to condense into powder. When it was condensed to a certain extent, it would then condense into bones. This part was even more painful. It required breaking all the bones in the body. If it was any other time, it would be like shattering the body. However, Fang Chen had a unique method. All of this originated from the golden heart. The speed of polishing bones was much faster. After a month, he had already polished more than 700 bones, and there were only a few dozen left. Fang Chen had been working hard all this time. This child is really persevering. Seeing Fang Chen enduring the pain and polishing his bones, the gatekeeper couldn't help but sigh. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't choose Fang Chen. He felt ashamed. Fang Chen was able to reach this step at such a young age, while he would live the rest of his life in vain. However, thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Breaking through to the pinnacle level could lead to death at any time. It was normal not to choose this path. After all, it was much better to live than to die. Senior, What's the situation inside? Princess Xin asked. Fang Chen has embarked on the path of an elite, but... The gatekeeper said in a deep voice. But what? Princess Xin asked. But, from ancient times until now, not many people have been able to complete this path. If they fail, they will undoubtedly die, the gatekeeper said. Hearing this, Princess Xin was extremely worried, and her beautiful face was full of anxiety. What can I do for him? The gatekeeper shook his head. Breaking through to the pinnacle level couldn't rely on outsiders. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. You just have to wait here. The gatekeeper nodded. But, Princess Xin still wanted to say something, but she was stopped by the gatekeeper. Another half a month passed. The last black bone had completely turned into golden bones. Golden light flickered in Fang Chen's body. He clenched his fists tightly, and crackling sounds could be heard in the air. He was extremely powerful. His physical body was reconstructed, and his golden bones were complemented by a perfect sword body. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Fang Chen's physical body was unparalleled. Peng! Fang Chen casually threw a punch. Instantly, the entire ancient void battlefield trembled. If I throw a punch at full power, it's enough to kill a second-layer heavenly body tier cultivator. This was the terror of cultivators who had embarked on the path of pinnacle level. Even a second-layer heavenly body tier cultivator wouldn't be able to dodge this punch. However, this was only the beginning. After the physical body was reconstructed, it was time for the soul to be reborn. This was an extremely important step, burning one's soul. As long as one could persist until the end, they would be able to create a new soul. With a new soul, one's strength would be even more terrifying. Scar Island. The OU clan had already completely controlled Scar Island, and they only lacked the Island Master's token. As a result, the OU clan leader couldn't become the true Island Master and be favored by the power of will. After the OU clan became the overlord, the Heaven Mark sect directly collapsed. The forces were torn apart, and some cultivators sought refuge with the OU clan. There were also cultivators who took advantage of the chaos to escape into seclusion. In short, the OU clan was now the strongest on Scar Island. The demonic blood race that helped the OU clan defeat the Heaven Mark sect naturally received a lot of benefits. They controlled the 12 prefectures of Scar Island, occupying half of the island. On this day, the OU clan leader gathered many forces and had the 4 prodigies who were once on par with OU Ruochen join the OU clan. In the end, he secretly used the methods of the demonic blood race to control the 4 prodigies. Zhu Mo, Lei Yang, Ji Hong, and Ji Yu Tai. The 4 prodigies that were once incomparably dazzling had become the puppets of others. In the OU clan residence, the OU clan leader looked at the 4 prodigies with satisfaction, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. From today onward, nurture the 4 prodigies with all your strength. They will enter the heavenly body tier as quickly as possible. The 4 prodigies had extraordinary potential. His goal was very simple, and that was to nurture peerless geniuses. A few days later, the 4 prodigies all entered the heavenly body tier. In a secluded place in front of Meteor Valley, suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere. His gaze was fixed on the entrance of Meteor Valley in front of him. His face was filled with vicissitudes, and his heart was filled with guilt. I never thought that Scar Island would be lost in my hands. How hateful, the Scar Island Master said in a low voice, his voice filled with pain. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 figures appeared one after the other. Scar Island Master. They were Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui and Viper. After Scar Island fell, the 2 of them quickly fled and disappeared from everyone's sight. They had been secretly searching for the Scar Island Master. Today, they finally met. The Scar Island Master was stunned when he saw this. Island Master, what are your plans? Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui asked. I've already spread the news that the OU clan colluded with the demonic blood race. I just don't know if the other islands will come to help, Viper said. The closest island to them was Clear Sky Island. If Clear Sky Island could come to help, that would be good. The other islands might not come to help. Now that we've fallen to such a state, we can no longer compete with the OU clan. We can only hide in the dark and gradually weaken the OU clan's power, the Scar Island Master said. Viper and Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui nodded. The old Hua Island's reinforcements have encountered some problems in the Void Ocean. They won't be able to come in a short time. Hearing this, Poison Snake and Yarrow Gui looked at each other. As expected, they had felt that something was wrong when the reinforcements didn't come. Now, it seemed that their guess was correct. The OU clan colluded with the demonic blood race, so they definitely won't have a good ending. As long as we endure this period, victory is in sight, Divine Mentor Yarrow Gui said. After I've pacified Scar Island, I'll enter Meteor Valley to look for Xin and Fang Chen, the Scar Island Master said as he glanced at the entrance of Meteor Valley. Chapter 1234. Ancient Void Battlefield. Burning one's soul was a painful process. The thing that every martial artist feared the most was nothing more than burning their soul. Some martial artists had no choice but to resort to such methods in order to escape. However, Fang Chen was burning his soul. If people from the outside world were to find out about this, they would definitely call him a madman. However, those who knew the pinnacle level would not think so. The gatekeeper was like this. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He stared at Fang Chen. A Heaven Dipper realm cultivator's soul had actually reached purple level. It was very likely that he had reached the primordial spirit realm before reaching the heavenly body realm. This was a qualitative leap. Purple level souls were already extremely domineering. During the burning process, it was even more difficult. There were a few times when Fang Chen directly fainted. However, his recovery ability was very strong, and he continued to burn when he woke up. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and tried his best to persevere. Again and again, miserable cries rang out. He persevered again and again. In just half a month, 2/3 of his purple level soul had been burned. The remaining 1/3 could be reborn after the burning. Fight. Fang Chen burned his soul while the golden heart nourished it. After all, if he burned his soul using ordinary methods, it would be impossible to survive. The method Fang Chen used was taught to him by the golden heart. This method could ensure that he maintained a trace of rationality under the powerful pressure. Burn. In his soul, a raging fire burned continuously. Fang Chen was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His head was splitting. However, he still persevered. For his wife, for his mother, he had to persevere. He still had many things to do. He could not die like this. The gatekeeper was outside, ready to act at any time. At Fang Chen's level, he could not bear to watch such a genius die. Please don't. The gatekeeper was very nervous. Every time Fang Chen was about to collapse, there seemed to be a tyrannical force injected into his soul, allowing him to successfully survive. Just like this, he was on tenterhooks again and again. Fang Chen's soul finally finished burning. Buzz. A strange aura came from the golden heart and instantly enveloped the newborn soul. Fang Chen was extremely weak and fell into a coma. The speed at which souls are reborn is very fast. This is truly a miracle. The gatekeeper was shocked. Fang Chen's soul was reborn too fast. In the blink of an eye, the rebirth was complete. This, the gatekeeper couldn't understand. However, he knew that a limited genius was about to be born. Burning one's soul was the most important step. Once it was passed, it would be equivalent to breaking through the extreme realm. After being unconscious for an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. His soul was somewhat weak. However, he was very energetic. A newborn soul, Fang Chen said softly. At that instant, the auras of the 3,980 meridians, the 785 golden bones, and the newborn soul merged together. Then, the power of will descended. This was already the 3rd time the power of will had descended. Being enveloped by the power of will, Fang Chen felt that his soul had received sufficient nourishment and was growing very quickly. Something's not right. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. He vaguely felt that an invisible pressure was drilling into his body. In an instant, he felt as if he had an epiphany and understood a lot of things. The golden heart was beating rapidly, absorbing the willpower. How is this possible? Fang Chen almost cried out. The willpower was baptizing him, and the golden heart was absorbing the willpower. What was going on? What was the origin of the golden heart? It could even absorb the willpower. This was too overbearing. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The baptism of the willpower quickly retreated. The golden heart slowed down, as if it hadn't had enough. Fang Chen thought of the Sky Sword Mansion Master's original body. He intended to refine the willpower of Scar Island, which went against the rules of heaven and earth and was suppressed here forever. Now, the golden heart was absorbing the willpower, which was even more terrifying than refining it. There's no movement. Fang Chen was very surprised. Why didn't the willpower have any movement and quietly retreat? Could it be that even the willpower couldn't do anything to the golden heart? Thinking of this, Fang Chen thought of a place that the Zongjian Emperor had once mentioned. It was also the place where his wife lived. The place where the gods lived. Could it be that the golden heart came from the place where the gods lived? This was the only explanation that could calm Fang Chen's restlessness. Buzz. The newly born soul had completely matured, and it let out a buzzing sound. It interrupted Fang Chen's thoughts. He raised his head and revealed a bright smile. "Boss, how is it?" the little mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded heavily and was overjoyed. Over the past few years, he had gone through inhuman training. Now, he had finally reached the final step. "Soon, we will be able to return to Scar Island soon." Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes looked through the ancient void battlefield and said softly. Next, he just needed to shatter the 9 strands of vital essence to break through the extreme state. According to the golden heart, it was not as simple as shattering the vital essence. The 9 strands of vital essence complemented each other. Each strand of vital essence was made up of a vast amount of vital essence. Once the 9 strands of vital essence were shattered, the terrifying vital essence would explode his sea of qi. Therefore, he needed to suck the vital essence dry in his sea of qi before shattering the vital essence. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be stuck at this step. However, Fang Chen had already tempered his meridians and polished his black bones. He already had a countermeasure in his heart. The golden heart. It was because of the golden heart that he was able to break through the extreme state. As the saying went, the one who started the trouble needed to untie it. The golden heart was the key. Although Fang Chen had never truly understood the golden heart, he had learned some methods to control it. Let's begin. Fang Chen spread out his hands and stood quietly. The sound of bones cracking was like a deafening bell. Under Fang Chen's control, the golden heart crazily absorbed the vital essence in his sea of qi. The ocean-like vital essence dried up in the blink of an eye. With his sea of qi dried up, Fang Chen became extremely weak. At this moment, Fang Chen activated the perfect sword body. 3,980 meridians shook, and 785 golden bones flashed. A powerful force instantly gathered in his sea of qi. The 9 strands of vital essence floating above his sea of qi were squeezed by the external force. Crack! The first strand of vital essence was shattered by the strong impact. Then, the second strand of vital essence. Under Fang Chen's gaze, all 9 strands of vital essence shattered. Crash! Wild vital essence gushed out in an instant. Fang Chen's face was extremely pale. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. Without vital essence, a Heaven Realm martial artist was equivalent to a martial artist losing his soul. However, a martial artist who had broken through the extreme state would naturally not take the ordinary path. Fang Chen's body was burning with flames. Meridians, golden bones, and soul. The 3 complemented each other. Fang Chen was transforming. He had broken through the extreme state. Every corner of his body, every cell, was undergoing an earth-shaking transformation. Bang! As for him, he had lost consciousness and fainted. Outside, the gatekeeper was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had really succeeded. His body was trembling. He was so lucky to witness the birth of a genius martial artist who had broken through the extreme state in his lifetime. Ha ha ha, a genius who has broken through the extreme state. The gatekeeper was too shocked. His eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. He also wanted to know how strong a genius who had broken through the extreme state was. In the entire Old Hua Islands, there were less than 5 people who had broken through the extreme state. There was actually one on the small Scar Island. Buzz. At the same time, the precepts of heaven and earth descended and shrouded Fang Chen's soul. In an instant, a strange scene occurred in the entire Meteorite Valley. A dazzling golden sword appeared high up in the sky. This battle sword was like a peerless powerhouse descending to the world, inserted in the void. The sword trembled, and the sword's cry resounded through the sky. Heaven and earth anomaly. Breaking through the extreme state had caused heaven and earth anomaly. After being unconscious for a long time, Fang Chen woke up. "Boss, are you okay?" Little Mouse asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head and hurriedly checked his body. His sea of qi had expanded several times, and his vital essence was mixed with the power of stars. His body seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. In his mind, there was a trace of the power of will. His soul was getting stronger. Yes. Fang Chen noticed that his soul was changing. He was confused. "Kid, you have broken through the extreme state, and your body has undergone an incredible change. Your soul is transforming into a primordial spirit." The gatekeeper's excited voice sounded. "Oh." Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Immediately, he stood up and clenched his fist, tearing the space apart. "My body is filled with power." Fang Chen wanted to release it. He walked out of the yellow circle. Whoosh! A shadow appeared. Fang Chen punched. Crack! The shadow shattered. So powerful. The gatekeeper was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the 9th shadow appeared. This was the last shadow, and its combat power was comparable to a Heaven Star border powerhouse who had broken through the extreme state. Whoosh! Fang Chen punched again. This time, he used all his strength. Buzz! When he punched, his fist seemed to contain the laws of heaven and earth, and the entire ancient void battlefield was distorted. Wherever Fang Chen's fist passed, the space shattered. The 9th shadow did not resist and was blasted away. Dong! After the shadow was blasted away, Fang Chen's fist smashed into the ancient void battlefield. The ancient void battlefield, which was known to be indestructible, was instantly shattered. "Oh my God, is this the combat power of a genius who has broken through the extreme state?" The gatekeeper's shock could no longer be described with words. He was too shocked. Chapter 1235. The pinnacle level was a path for peerless elites. Any cultivator who could break through the pinnacle level was destined to become a top-notch existence in this world. The number of geniuses who could break through the pinnacle level in the Old Hua Islands could be counted on one hand. Yet, there was one on the tiny Scar Island. There were 36 islands like Scar Island in the Old Hua Islands. And this was only the Old Hua Islands. In the vast universe, there were countless islands like the Old Hua Islands. There were trillions of cultivators, but very few could break through the pinnacle level. It could be said that only geniuses who could break through the pinnacle level could be called true geniuses. They were recognized by heaven and earth and protected by the rules. They were the true giants among men. The gatekeeper's body was trembling. He had witnessed the process of Fang Chen breaking through the pinnacle level with his own eyes. The gatekeeper's scalp went numb. Even he might not have been able to hold on. He really did it. The gatekeeper was shocked. The so-called indestructible ancient void battlefield had been shattered by a single punch. It was too shocking. Princess Xin, who had been waiting for Fang Chen, had an excited smile on her face when she saw him. Fang Chen stood in the void. There was a hint of enlightenment on his face. Just now, he had suddenly felt a hint of the rules of heaven and earth. It was not easy for him to feel it at his cultivation level. Is this the battle prowess of a pinnacle-level genius? Fang Chen murmured. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Fang Chen landed on the ground. Now, he had been reborn. His perfect sword body had truly reached the most perfect level. Seeing this, Princess Xin immediately rushed into Fang Chen's embrace. "It's been so long. I was so worried." Princess Xin whispered. Fang Chen gently stroked Princess Xin's long hair and said with a smile, "Aren't we out now?" After entering Meteor Valley for a few years, Fang Chen had undergone earth-shattering changes. Although he had not reached the heavenly body tier, he had surpassed heavenly body tier elites in a certain aspect. The power of his punch could easily kill low-level heavenly body tier cultivators. Of course, this was because the energy in his Qi was the energy of vital spirit, not the energy of stars. Therefore, he was still unable to unleash the full power of a Limi tier. If he advanced to the heavenly body tier, he would definitely shock everyone. Congratulations, young friend. The gatekeeper smiled and cupped his fists at Fang Chen to congratulate him. Senior, did I pass the 9th trial? Fang Chen asked. The gatekeeper quickly nodded. If this didn't count as passing, then who else could? Of course I passed. Ha ha ha. The gatekeeper laughed loudly. Fang Chen was also the first genius to break through the extreme realm on Scar Island in recent years. Little friend, how is it? How does it feel to break through? Asked the gatekeeper. As for martial artists who had broken through the extreme realm, he had only heard of them and had never seen one with his own eyes. At this moment, of course, he had to ask about it. It feels great. Fang Chen only said 4 words. In fact, the feeling of breaking through the extreme realm could not be described with words. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already walked down a path that no one before him had been able to walk down. In the future, he was destined to become a supreme elite. Star and Moon, Mother, wait for me. I will find you soon, Fang Chen thought to himself. After chatting with Princess Xin for a while, Fang Chen looked at the gatekeeper. Senior, can I leave Meteor Valley now? Fang Chen asked. The gatekeeper nodded and waved his hand. Instantly, the 9th palace opened. As soon as the palace opened, roars could be heard. Fang Chen frowned and was stunned. He knew where the roars were coming from. He glanced at the gatekeeper, and the latter nodded at him. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master's main body? Fang Chen asked. That's right. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master's main body is suppressed here, said the gatekeeper. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master had a grudge with him. If he could kill both his main body and clone, that would be great. Although he was suppressed by the power of will, there was no telling when he would be able to escape. Seeming to see through Fang Chen's thoughts, the gatekeeper chuckled. Little friend, you've broken through to the peak realm and are protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if you attack, the power of will won't do anything to you. Oh, there's such a good thing. Fang Chen grinned. But little friend, I have to remind you that this person's main body is an expert who has surpassed the creation realm. He's practically undying. With your current strength, it'll be too difficult for you to completely destroy him. When Fang Chen heard this, he was in a dilemma. At this moment, the little mouse appeared. Boss, let me devour him, said the little mouse. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed, and he said, you can try. The little mouse took the lead and entered the palace. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was sitting cross-legged at the center of the palace. Invisible laws were suppressing him. Fang Chen, let me go, said the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master. Fang Chen sneered but didn't say anything. The little mouse took a step forward and used its innate ability to devour. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master hastily shouted, Fang Chen, if you let me go, I'm willing to be your servant forever. I don't dare to accept a servant like you, said Fang Chen. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master also knew that he had broken through to the peak realm and wanted his help. But why would he help him? If he let him go, he would definitely be attacked by him. Fang Chen didn't dare to do such a thing. Seeing that Fang Chen wasn't willing to let him go, the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master hastily said, Fang Chen, if you help me, I can give you an army. Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly when he heard that. Then he waved his hand and stopped the little mouse from attacking. You only have 1 minute, Fang Chen said calmly. Although the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was an elite that surpassed the creation tier, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Fang Chen at this moment. I have an army under my command. They were all manifestation realm practitioners in the past, but I was suppressed. As time passed, their cultivation base gradually dissipated. However, even so, Their cultivation level has reached the heavenly body tier, the heavenly sword mansion master said. Oh, an army of heavenly body tier? A hint of curiosity appeared in Fang Chen's heart when he heard the heavenly sword mansion master's words. How many people do you have in your army? Fang Chen asked. The heavenly sword mansion master shook his head and said, 100 people. Fang Chen's heart trembled. 100 heavenly body tier elites. If he could obtain them, wouldn't he be able to sweep through the entire Scar Island? What did the mere Oyu clan count for? Thinking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Take out your army and let me see it. Maybe I can help you, Fang Chen said. The gatekeeper stood at the side and watched everything with a smile. After breaking through to the pinnacle level, one would be protected by the laws of heaven and earth. If he was determined to save the heavenly sword mansion master, the willpower of Scar Island wouldn't stop him. Voila! The heavenly sword mansion master willed, and 100 figures appeared in the main hall. However, what surprised Fang Chen was, there wasn't a trace of life in these 100 people. These are puppets. The heavenly sword mansion master shook his head and said, these aren't puppets. I used a special method to make the dead cultivators obey my orders. However, they can't fight for a long time. Once the battle reaches a certain level, they will disappear. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. As expected, there were all kinds of strange things in the vast universe. The puppets of the heaven puppet race were already exquisite enough. He didn't expect the heavenly sword mansion master to have such a method. How do you control them? Fang Chen asked. I'll only tell you if you save me first, the heavenly sword mansion master said. You don't have the right to discuss with me. Fang Chen's attitude was very unyielding. The heavenly sword mansion master was furious, but he still gave in the end. He had been suppressed here for many years. It had been so long that even he couldn't remember. He really wanted to get out. With his strength, he could be considered a peak elite in the old Hua Islands. No one dared to disobey his orders. Now, he was suppressed here, worse than a pig or a dog. He really hated his current life, and he really wanted to get out. That was why he wanted Fang Chen's help by hook or by crook. The heavenly sword mansion master regretted his decision. In order to increase his strength, he actually tried to refine the power of intent. How ridiculous. The heavenly sword mansion master waved his hand, and the method to control these 100 people was instantly transmitted into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen closed his eyes, and the aura around him flickered. In a short while, he mastered the method. Then, he gave it a try. He could really control them. I'm suppressed by the power of intent, and these 100 people are also suppressed. Although they can still maintain the battle prowess of the heavenly body tier, they will dissipate after one full battle, the heavenly sword mansion master explained. Fang Chen nodded and said with a smile, thank you for your gift. Then, Fang Chen waved his hand, and the little mouse smiled knowingly and walked up to the heavenly sword mansion master. Then, it used its innate mystical power, engulfing. Fang Chen, you deceived me. The heavenly sword mansion master roared furiously. What a fool. Fang Chen sneered. I'm going to kill you. The heavenly sword mansion master wanted to tear Fang Chen into pieces when he learned that he had been deceived. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Suppressed by the power of intent, his body couldn't move at all. He allowed the little mouse's engulfing power to envelop him. Boss, the power of intent is suppressing him. I'm not strong enough, the little mouse said. Fang Chen closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the power of intent. In a short while, the power of intent weakened, and the heavenly sword mansion master's body was sucked into Fang Chen's stomach. I don't accept this. The heavenly sword mansion master roared furiously. An elite of a generation had become a meal in the little mouse's stomach. Young friend, do you see the stone door at the back of the hall? Open it and you can leave, the gatekeeper said with a smile. Thank you, senior. Fang Chen gently pushed open the stone door with Princess Xin, the little mouse, the demon armor bug, and the Dark Knight Queen Mother, and left Meteor Valley. Perhaps, the Oyu clan's patriarch would never have dreamed that he would personally force Fang Chen into the Meteorite Valley. However, he had never imagined that he would give Fang Chen such a great fortune. After Fang Chen left, Meteor Valley shook. Chapter 1236. Scar Island, Scar Province, Scar Residence. 8-8 reading. 23. The current Scar residence was completely under the control of the OU clan. This was the headquarters of the OU clan. Recently, the OU clan had gradually strengthened their cooperation with the demon blood race, constantly clearing out obstacles. Any cultivator who dared to speak ill of the OU clan would be killed. No matter what cultivation level they would all be suppressed. The heavenly body tier elites of the demon blood race had been busy setting up a certain formation. It was said that once this formation was set up, it would envelop the entire Scar Island, isolating it from the vast universe and completely turning it into the demon blood race's back garden. At that time, even if the old Hua Island's reinforcements arrived, it would be useless. Even a creation realm expert would not be able to destroy such a formation. This was a formation unique to the demon blood race, passed down from generation to generation, and its power was boundless. Under violence, chaos broke out. Under the strong suppression of the OU clan, Scar Island was still in chaos. Recently, many heavenly body tier elites, including the OU clan, had died tragically. This scene successfully attracted the attention of the OU clan. On this day, in the headquarters of the OU clan, the peak heavenly body tier elite of the demon blood race had a gloomy expression. Clan leader OU, I don't see the slightest bit of sincerity from the OU clan. Our OU clan is already doing our best to eliminate the rebels, the clan leader of the OU clan said in a low voice. The demon blood race was very powerful, and the OU clan couldn't afford to offend them. To put it bluntly, the current OU clan was only a puppet of the demon blood race. A puppet to confuse people. Hearing this, the demon blood race elite's expression was still solemn, and he said in a low voice, Clan leader OU, I don't care what method your OU clan uses, but you must completely eliminate the hidden rebels within half a month. Otherwise, your OU clan won't be able to bear the consequences. After saying this, the demon blood race elite turned and left. The OU clan leader's heart was very complicated. In the end, he waved his hand, and a subordinate quickly ran in. Pass down my order. 3 days later, I will go to the Poison Dragon Peak and eliminate Viper. Scar Island Master, Medicine Master Yarrow Gui, and Viper. After these 3 people gathered together, they continuously killed the heavenly body tier elites of the OU clan and demon blood race in the dark. On this day, after the 3 of them completed their respective missions, they gathered together. In a mountain range. I killed 3 heavenly body tier cultivators of the OU clan, the Viper said with a grin. His poison Dao cultivation technique was becoming more and more domineering. Heavenly body tier cultivators were nothing in front of him. If he wasn't worried about being discovered by the demonic blood clan, he would have definitely started a massacre. I killed 2 from the demon blood clan, said Divine Master Yarrow Gui. Compared to the venomous snake, Divine Healer Yarrow Gui's attack was softer. It was not as domineering as a poisonous snake. Finally, Island Master Liu Hen said in a deep voice, I killed 1, but I was discovered by the OU clan. The 3 of them looked at each other. Recently, the 3 of them were able to kill enemies almost every day, so they were very happy. Just as the 3 of them were talking, Divine Master Yarrow Gui was taken aback. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Yarrow Gui, what's the matter? Viper asked anxiously. The informant I left in Scar Manor sent me a message, said Divine Master Yarrow Gui. What news? Island Master Liu Hen asked. The old man of the OU clan will personally head to the Poison Dragon Peak in 3 days to kill the traitor Viper. Viper's expression turned even gloomier. As for Island Master Liu Hen, his eyes brightened. Did your informant find out the specifics? Asked Island Master Liu Hen. For some unknown reason, the Demon Blood Clan has already withdrawn from Scar Province, said Divine Master Yarrow Gui. The 3 of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. If that's really the case, then the 3 of us will go to the Poison Dragon Peak in 3 days to deal with that old man, said Viper. Is there a trap? Divine Master Yarrow Gui was more cautious. So what if there's a trap? Without the help of the Demon Blood Clan, The three of us are more than enough to deal with a mere OU clan. The three of them quickly came to a decision. On the plains in front of Meteor Valley, with a flash of white light, Fang Chen and Princess Xin appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath of fresh air, a brilliant smile on his face. "We're finally out," said Princess Xin. Fang Chen looked at Princess Xin's face and recalled the situation when they had been forced into Meteor Valley. "OU clan, you and I cannot live under the same sky," said Fang Chen. They had just come out of Meteor Valley, so they didn't know anything about the outside world. Fang Chen brought Princess Xin out of Meteor Valley. On the way to Scar Mansion, they met a Heavenly Dipper realm cultivator. From this cultivator, they learned about what had happened on Scar Island in the past few years. "Father!" cried Princess Xin. According to the news circulating on Scar Island, the Island Master, Divine Master Yarogui, and Viper's whereabouts were still unknown. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists. His face was filled with resentment. The OU clan had gone too far. They had actually colluded with the Demon Blood clan. "Boss, what should we do?" asked the little mouse. Fang Chen raised his head. Killing intent surged from his body. "We'll settle our grudges on the Poison Dragon Peak in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, all the OU clan's experts moved out. The large group left the Scar Mansion and headed towards the Poison Dragon Peak. On the way, the OU clan's patriarch thought to himself, "I wonder if they will come." The Poison Dragon Peak wasn't far from Scar Mansion. Soon, they arrived. The OU clan's patriarch led many experts up the Poison Dragon Peak and wantonly destroyed the buildings. In the blink of an eye, the Poison Dragon Peak was in ruins. "Patriarch, Viper is no longer here," said many cultivators. The OU clan's patriarch stood on the peak. His eyes flickered as he looked down. He was waiting. At this time, Viper, who was hiding in the dark, was furious. "Old man, cursed Viper." The Island Master persisted for a while. There didn't seem to be any experts from the demonic blood race hiding in the surroundings. After confirming that there were only people from the OU clan, he finally made his move. "Old man, today will be the day you die." Suddenly, a furious voice resounded throughout the Poison Dragon Peak. Viper took the initiative to attack. A fierce and tyrannical attack whistled through the air. "I was afraid that you wouldn't come." The OU clan's patriarch punched out and blocked Viper's attack. At the same time, Viper released a terrifying poisonous gas. Some of the weaker cultivators instantly foamed at the mouth. Whoosh! Divine Master Yarogui and the Island Master also appeared. The three of them stood side by side. Killing intent surged from their bodies as they stared at the OU clan's patriarch. Contrary to their expectations, the OU clan's patriarch didn't have any panic on his face. Instead, there was a trace of excitement. "Old man, you betrayed the human race. You deserve death," said Divine Master Yarogui. "Today, the three of us will take your dog head," said the Island Master. The OU clan's patriarch sneered. "Since I dared to come here, I wasn't afraid that you would attack me. Originally, I only planned to lure out one of you and kill him. I didn't expect all three of you to come. Today, all of you can die." As soon as the OU clan's patriarch finished speaking, the entire Poison Dragon Peak was instantly enveloped by a bloody array. "Ha ha ha, 3 old men, die." After saying that, the OU clan's patriarch drilled into the array and launched a fierce and tyrannical attack on the three. Behind him, the demonic blood race's ancestor also attacked. "Not good. This array is absorbing my star energy." Divine Master Yarogui discovered the abnormality and his face changed. "What array is this?" Viper was shocked. He had never seen or heard of such an array. Demonic blood race. The Island Master's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "This array was able to trap the three of them. It definitely didn't come from the OU clan. There was only one explanation, and that was the demonic blood race. Don't panic. The three of us will work together to attack the array." Under the command of the Island Master, the three of them worked together to attack the array. However, the might of this formation exceeded the three people's expectations. The star energy in their bodies was constantly flowing away. Ha ha ha, you're all dead. On the other hand, they still had to resist the attacks of the demonic blood race's ancestor and the OU clan's patriarch. Bang! Viper and the demonic blood race's ancestor exchanged a punch and retreated a few steps. On the other side, the OU clan's patriarch appeared and disappeared mysteriously as he launched a sneak attack on Divine Master Yarogui. Don't separate. Back to back. The Island Master roared. The three of them leaned against each other as they vigilantly looked around. The OU clan's patriarch was full of confidence. Before he thought of this method, he had already thought of countless countermeasures. Today, the three of them would die. At this moment, on a plain not far from Poison Dragon Peak, Fang Chen and Princess Xin hurried on with all their might. Poison Dragon Peak is ahead, the little mouse said. Princess Xin's beautiful eyes looked at Poison Dragon Peak, very worried. The battle has begun. Fang Chen had already discovered the situation on Poison Dragon Peak. He used the true meaning of time and space, and his speed increased explosively. Soon, Fang Chen and Princess Xin arrived at the foot of Poison Dragon Peak. Kill. Ascending the peak, Fang Chen didn't say a word and started a massacre. Bang! He killed one person with a punch. Fang Chen was like a life harvester, and no one could get close to him. A human-shaped demonic beast. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly body tier martial artists of the OU clan suffered heavy casualties. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear as they shouted loudly. With the isolation of the array, the OU clan's patriarch didn't know what was happening outside. Fang Chen's strength was limited. Facing middle and high-level heavenly body tier martial artists, he was powerless to fight. He could only rely on the army given to him by the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master. Voila, the army appeared. 100 high-level heavenly body tier elites, under the control of Fang Chen, started a massacre of the OU clan. Miserable cries continued to ring out. The OU clan's elites died with their eyes wide open. An hour later, the Poison Dragon Peak was full of casualties. Other than the OU clan's patriarch and the Demon Cloud ancestor, the elites that the OU clan had brought this time were all dead. Among them, there were 30 high-level heavenly body tier martial artists, 70 middle-level martial artists, and countless low-level martial artists. This was almost 2/3 of the OU clan's wealth. After the army killed these martial artists, their bodies emitted a bright light as if they would collapse at any time. Boss. Fang Chen glanced at the little mouse, and then said, I can still hold on. Fang Chen guessed that the army's martial artists would at most dissipate after one more battle. However, this was already enough. The destruction of the OU clan was close at hand. Chapter 1237. At this moment, the heavenly body tier elites of the OU clan were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Fang Chen, not worth mentioning. Princess Xin, who was watching from behind, had a tender expression on her face. Not long ago, he was still her sparring partner. At that time, she only had a kind of indifference toward him. After sparring for a month, she gradually had a new understanding of him. And at this time, her mentality changed greatly. She was full of curiosity and affection toward him. Later, at the Genius Exchange, he killed OU Ruochen in anger. In the end, it even led to a battle between peak stage heavenly body tier elites. She vaguely remembered that imposing voice clasped his hands at Viper and said, Senior, please help. When everyone else gave up, he didn't give up. For his own sake, he had to kill 10 of them. At that moment, her heart began to melt. Later, the OU clan leader forced him to enter Meteor Valley, and she followed him without hesitation. And now, he had grown to such an extent. Princess Xin was very gratified. Her vision was not wrong. Fang Chen was destined to become an elite of heaven and earth. As they spoke, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to break the formation. The Demon Blood Clan's formation could not be measured by the level of the human race. As soon as he came into contact with this formation, Fang Chen discovered its extraordinariness. Breaking it was not something that could be done in a day. However, Fang Chen was confident that he could break this formation. His soul shrouded the formation, and he instantly saw every corner of the formation. He even saw the core of the formation clearly. The soul of an elite of the pinnacle stage was extremely powerful, only one step away from transforming into a primordial spirit. Time passed bit by bit, and Fang Chen kept breaking the formation. And inside the formation, the OU clan leader kept using the formation to sneak attack divine healer Yarogui and the others. Bang! After the OU clan leader succeeded in his sneak attack, he quickly retreated. He left behind a furious viper. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. Looking at Divine Master Yarogui and Island Master Liu Hen, they weren't any better. They were originally at a disadvantage in the formation. And the OU clan leader could control the formation, hide in it, and use the advantage of the formation to sneak attack them. Moreover, the array formation was rapidly absorbing the power of their stars. If this continued, they would definitely die. "We can't go on like this," Viper said with a gloomy face. "There's no need to pay attention to that old bastard from the OU clan. Let's attack the formation together," Island Master Liu Hen said. Soon after, the three of them joined hands and unleashed their fiercest attacks. They heavily bombarded the formation. The formation shook as if it was about to shatter, but it held on in the end. "As I said, the three of you are dead meat." The OU clan's patriarch smiled sinisterly. Then, he attacked again. His opponent was Yarogui Shin. This was because among the three of them, Divine Master Yarogui's combat power was slightly weaker. Puchitha OU clan patriarch's fist landed on Divine Sovereign Yarogui's body. The latter couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. At the same time, the Demon Cloud ancestor was sneakily attacking Viper. For a time, the three of them once again fell into battle. As the power of the stars dissipated, their attacks became weaker and weaker. "Let's work together and kill the Demon Cloud ancestor." After a fierce battle, Island Master Liu Hen roared loudly. At this time, the Demon Cloud ancestor was preparing to sneak attack Viper. Suddenly, the three of them erupted with their strongest power and bombarded the Demon Cloud ancestor. "Three old fellows, go to hell." The Demon Cloud ancestor's face was full of disdain. In his view, with the protection of the array formation, he didn't fear the three of them at all. The Demon Cloud ancestor didn't dodge and was very confident. He stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed the three of them. This attack contained his strongest attack. If it hit the three of them, they would definitely be injured. Bang! However, something unexpected happened. When the attacks of Island Master Liu Hen and the other two came in contact with the Demon Cloud ancestor, the latter's mind moved and wanted to use the array formation to resist. However, he was horrified to find that he couldn't control the array formation. "OU clan patriarch!" The Demon Cloud ancestor immediately roared. Seeing this, the OU clan patriarch hurriedly supported the Demon Cloud ancestor. But it was too late. The attacks of Island Master Liu Hen and the other two fiercely bombarded the Demon Cloud ancestor. Bang! The three powerful attacks directly penetrated the Demon Cloud ancestor's body. Then, he directly exploded, completely shattering along with his soul. The Demon Cloud ancestor fell. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the OU clan patriarch angrily roared. As for Island Master Liu Hen and the other two, they were somewhat surprised. They knew how terrifying the array formation was. They never thought that they would be able to kill the Demon Cloud ancestor. This, Divine Master Yarogui was the first to discover that the array formation's speed of absorbing the star power in their body had slowed down. Ha ha ha, a loophole has appeared in the array formation. The opportunity to counterattack has come. Viper laughed wildly. The three of them stood side by side, ready to fight the OU clan patriarch. "Old man, what other moves do you have? Don't hesitate to use them," Viper said coldly. "If the three of us don't die today, the OU clan will be exterminated," Divine Master Yarogui threatened. "It seems that your array formation isn't as good as imagined." Island Master Liu Hen spread out his hands and smiled. The OU clan patriarch's face was ashen as he stood in front of the three. The power of the stars circled around him. "You're about to die and you still dare to say such big words. Ridiculous." The OU clan patriarch sneered. Soon after, he waved his hand and urged the array formation with all his strength, wanting to launch the final attack against the three. However, at this moment, the array formation shattered with a cracking sound. The OU clan patriarch, who was about to attack, sensed this scene and his expression changed. He shouted unwillingly, "No!" The array formation was his greatest reliance. Without it, how could he resist the three's attack? The array formation has shattered. The three of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Crash! The array formation shattered, and the poison dragon peak was right in front of them. The OU clan patriarch, who was crazily shouting, became even crazier when he saw the corpses of the OU clan's experts. "Who is it?" The OU clan patriarch roared. Fang Chen slowly stood up and brought Princess Xin over to Island Master Liu Hen's group. "Fang Chen, you came out alive." Island Master Liu Hen couldn't believe his eyes. It was too shocking to be able to escape unscathed after entering Meteor Valley. "Brother Fang, I knew it. You won't die. Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Poison Snake laughed wildly. Divine Master Yarogui was also very gratified when he saw Princess Xin. Only the OU clan patriarch went crazy. Why? Why? The OU clan patriarch roared. "I don't believe it. Not a single OU clan's expert was alive. They were all dead." He was greatly shocked. Island Master, Divine Master Yarogui, Brother Viper. Fang Chen greeted the three of them. "Ha ha ha, it's good that you're back." Princess Xin's eyes reddened when she saw her father, and she directly jumped into Island Master Liu Hen's arms. The hearts of the three heavenly body tier elites trembled, waves of shock surging through them. However, this wasn't the time to be shocked. The OU clan patriarch was still there. Kill. Viper and Divine Master Yarogui looked at each other, and the two of them attacked together, directly suppressing the OU clan patriarch. "I can't accept this." The OU clan patriarch screamed miserably. Without the protection of the array formation, he couldn't resist the attacks of the two. Poochie. In the blink of an eye, the OU clan patriarch was dead. The atmosphere on the Poison Dragon Peak was heavy. The corpses of the OU clan's cultivators were everywhere. Who, after killing the OU clan patriarch, Viper and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They arrived in front of Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, how did you get out of Meteor Valley?" Viper asked curiously. "It's a long story." Fang Chen chuckled, and gave a simple explanation. After listening to Fang Chen's story, the three elites felt that it was inconceivable. They looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts didn't dissipate for a long time. "Fang Chen is much more powerful than you think." Princess Xin's beautiful eyes flickered, and she smiled. She was very happy to see her father safe and sound. Ha ha! Hearing his daughter praise Fang Chen, Island Master Liu Hen was also very happy. After the shock, the three of them thought about the OU clan's cultivators on the Poison Dragon Peak. What was going on? Could it be that Fang Chen was the one who did it? "Brother Fang, don't tell me that you killed all these people." Viper looked at Fang Chen in shock, and asked hurriedly. Fang Chen shook his head, and said, "I obtained an army of zombies in Meteor Valley. There were a total of 100 heavenly body tier cultivators. The OU clan's cultivators were killed by them." "What 100 heavenly body tier cultivators?" Viper exclaimed. "Their strength can only last 1 or 2 battles. After that, they will collapse." Fang Chen spread out his hands. Even so, it was still quite shocking. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This was the three people's evaluation of Fang Chen. The battle on the Poison Dragon Peak was originally a plot by the OU clan patriarch to lure Island Master Liu Hen and the others, wanting to capture them all in one fell swoop. However, a variable like Fang Chen appeared. He died with everlasting regret. He would probably regret his decision even after he went to the Yellow Springs of the underworld. If it weren't for his decision, Fang Chen wouldn't have broken through to the pinnacle level, and the OU clan wouldn't have been destroyed. This was the cycle of karma. Everything in the world couldn't avoid karma. Fang Chen and Princess Xin returned safely, and even helped them destroy most of the OU clan's cultivators. This made Island Master Liu Hen very happy. Immediately, They spread the news of the battle on the Poison Dragon Peak. Then, the three people killed their way back to Liu Hen residence. With lightning speed, they slaughtered all the OU clan's cultivators and reoccupied Liu Hen residence. Over the countless years, many superforces appeared on Liu Hen Island. And the OU clan was the most miserable one. In a mere day, the OU clan was annihilated. After hearing this news, the demon blood race was also very angry. They quickly activated emergency measures to prevent Island Master Liu Hen and the others from destroying the demon blood race's plans. Island Master Liu Hen regained his position, and with a wave of his arm, countless experts hidden in the dark appeared one after another, seeking refuge under him. In a short few days, Island Master Liu Hen's power skyrocketed. During this time, the demon blood race didn't make any response. Their attitude was quite surprising. However, Island Master Liu Hen and the others didn't dare to relax. At the same time, Island Master Liu Hen received a piece of good news. Chapter 1238. For a time, the flames of war rose on Scar Island. War broke out again, but this time, there were many supporters of Scar Island. The disciples of the Heavenly Marks sect who had fled all over the place returned to Scar Manor. The Heavenly Marks sect was rebuilt, but regrettably, there was still a considerable number of people who were willing to be the lackeys of the demonic blood race and betrayed the human race. However, this did not affect the power of the Heavenly Marks sect. Scar Island stood on the side of justice, so he had many supporters. On a certain day, Heavenly Marks sect's conference hall. Scar Island, Divine Master Yarogui, Viper, and Fang Chen. Only the four of them were in the conference hall. Their faces were a little gloomy. It seemed to be about the demonic blood race. The atmosphere in the conference hall was also very solemn. After a long time, Scar Island spoke first. According to the reports of our spies, the demonic blood race occupied the other 23 states. Most of the states aren't strong, so we can attack them. Only the demonic cloud state. After the demonic blood race occupied the 23 states, they set up their headquarters in the demonic cloud state. This surprised Island Master Liu Hen. We destroyed the OU family. Did the demonic blood race make any moves? Divine Master Yarogui asked. He did not want to go all out against the demonic blood race. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory and they would have to pay a heavy price. It would be good if they could hold on until reinforcements arrived. Not only did the demonic blood race not make any moves, but they also recalled most of their forces back to the demonic cloud state after learning that the OU family was destroyed. Scar Island continued. They must be plotting something. We must stop them. Viper said solemnly. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen did not speak. He was listening to the opinions of the three people. The Liu Hen Island Master and the other two were the three strongest people on the Liu Hen Island. Originally, Fang Chen was not qualified to participate in a meeting of this level. However, Fang Chen's status was different. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, they might have died in the hands of the OU family patriarch, let alone take revenge. In a way, Fang Chen had saved Scar Island. Although his cultivation was in the Heaven Star border realm, the three of them already regarded him as a martial artist on the same level as them. Moreover, Viper was Fang Chen's elder brother. On the other hand, Liu Hen Island Master subconsciously treated Fang Chen as his son-in-law. Most importantly, his daughter was also interested in Fang Chen. Once the battle was over and the demonic blood race was completely wiped out, he would take care of their marriage. Island Master Liu Hen nodded and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, what do you think? Perhaps Fang Chen would have a unique view. Hearing Liu Hen's question, Fang Chen said, the demon blood race has transferred all their forces back to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. They probably have some sort of scheme in the Demon Cloud Prefecture. As for the situation of the Demon Cloud State, we are very clear about it. The only explanation is that they want to resurrect some powerful beings of the Demon Blood Clan who had died in battle. Fang Chen's words caused their expressions to change greatly. Venomous Snake said directly, if that's the case, once the Almighty is successfully summoned, it will be a disaster for Scar Island. Island Master, how long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? Divine Master Yarrow Gui asked. The reinforcements still need 2 months. During this time, we will first recover the other prefectures. Once the reinforcements arrive, we will immediately launch an all-out attack, Liu Hen Island Master said. From this day onwards, the people of the Heaven Mark sect all headed to the other prefectures to fight the demon blood race. As for Fang Chen, he was sent to the Azure Sky Prefecture. I want to go too. Princess Xin wanted to follow Fang Chen, but she was rejected by Fang Chen. Although the information sent back by the spies said that the demon blood race cultivators stationed in the Azure Sky Prefecture weren't strong, and apart from a few mid-level heavenly body tier cultivators, the rest were all low-level heavenly body tier cultivators. However, just in case, Fang Chen wasn't willing to let Princess Xin take the risk. Alright, then I will wait for your return at the Heaven Mark sect, Princess Xin said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and prepared to leave with the little mouse. However, at this moment, a vast light suddenly soared into the sky from the back mountain of the Heaven Mark sect. Immediately after, the power of the stars in the heaven and earth surged wildly. Someone is breaking through. Princess Xin was a little surprised. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a brilliant smile. He leaped and arrived at the back mountain of the Heaven Mark sect. In the next moment, a figure walked out. Brother Qing Hu. Fang Chen landed on the ground with a whoosh and hugged Qing Hu. After cultivating in seclusion for a few years, Qing Hu finally broke through to the heavenly body tier. At this moment, Qing Hu's temperament had undergone a great change. Originally, his face was filled with coldness. During these years of seclusion, he didn't know what happened in the outside world. However, when he saw Fang Chen, he instantly became excited. Brother Shui, you're out. Qing Hu shouted excitedly. The relationship between the two brothers was needless to say. Fang Chen told Qing Hu about his experiences in these years. When the latter heard this, he was very surprised. Especially after knowing that the OU clan had betrayed the human race, he was very angry. He immediately said that he wanted to go to the Blue Sky Continent with Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and agreed. Blue Sky Continent. This place was very important to Fang Chen. The reason why he said this was because the ancient race, the Heaven Puppet race, was here. However, although he agreed to join the Heaven Puppet race, strictly speaking, he wasn't a true member of the Heaven Puppet race. Qing Hu was different. He was the hope of the Heaven Puppet race. A few days later, Fang Chen, Qing Hu, and the others arrived at the Blue Sky Continent. In the Blue Sky Continent, it was still as usual. In the prefecture, there were martial artists of the demon blood race. Boss, if the humans attack, what should we do? A demon blood race martial artist asked in a low voice. The martial artist who was called Boss frowned and said, the humans can't even take care of themselves now, and they still dare to attack us. What a joke. This boss was a mid-level heavenly body tier martial artist. He was very strong. However, just as his voice fell, earth-shattering sounds of fighting could be heard in the prefecture. The humans are attacking. Immediately after, someone shouted. Instantly, the boss's face darkened, and he led everyone to the square of the mansion. Poochie. Qing Hu and Fang Chen quickly killed the weaker members of the demon blood race. You two are really audacious. You actually dare to intrude into the important place of the demon blood race. You should be killed, the boss said coldly. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered and said, what a joke. This is originally an important place of the human race. Today, I'll destroy your demon blood race. You're courting death. The boss of the demon blood race was furious and attacked like lightning. Seeing this, the little mouse, demon armor bug, and Dark Knight Mother attacked. Instantly, the three of them trapped the boss of the demon blood race. Kill them. The boss of the demon blood race shouted as he attacked. Immediately, many martial artists of the demon blood race came to a realization and attacked. However, the Dark Knight Mother's attack wasn't necessarily too strong, but her trapping technique was unparalleled. It unleashed tens of thousands of subsidiary bodies of darkness, trapping the few middle-level heavenly body tier cultivators that were present. The rest were all low-level heavenly body tier martial artists. Brother Qing Hu, You deal with the first-level heavenly body tier martial artists. Leave the rest to me. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he activated his perfect sword body and clenched his fists, charging into the midst of the Demon Bloodrace members. Bang! His fist was very domineering. With one punch, the members of the Demon Bloodrace were instantly killed. In the blink of an eye, several members of the Demon Bloodrace died in battle. This, Qing, who took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. After not seeing him for a few years, had Sanguinati become so powerful? Killing low-level heavenly body tier martial artists with one punch was too exciting. The chaotic battle lasted for 15 minutes before it finally ended. In the mansion, the Demon Bloodrace martial artists suffered heavy casualties. Bang! After Fang Chen killed the Demon Bloodrace member with one last punch, he turned to look at the trapped mid-level heavenly body tier martial artists. Then, he took out the star-concealing sword. Shio. The third layer of the mysterious sky sealing technique was used. After breaking through the pinnacle level, Fang Chen's battle prowess couldn't be judged by common sense. He was too strong. Low-level heavenly body tier martial artists were completely no match for him. However, facing mid-level heavenly body tier martial artists, due to the difference in cultivation level, he had to go all out. When Fang Chen attacked, the little mouse used extreme piercing, instantly piercing through the Demon Bloodrace member's defense. Peng! The leader of the Demon Bloodrace was hit, and his body kept retreating. Ah! He roared angrily. A mid-level heavenly body tier martial artist was actually suppressed by a Heaven Dipper tier trash. He couldn't accept this. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen frowned. This leader of the Demon Bloodrace seemed to have some ability. Voila! With a thought, the heavenly body tier army appeared. Under his control, they instantly killed the leader of the Demon Bloodrace. Then, the few mid-level heavenly body tier martial artists of the Demon Bloodrace all died. Phew! Qing, who breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Brother Blood, are these puppets? Qing, who was very obsessed with puppets. When he saw the heavenly body tier army, he directly asked. Fang Chen shook his head and introduced them to him. Although this army's battle prowess is strong, their energy is about to run out. When they just killed the Demon Bloodrace member, one of them collapsed, Fang Chen said. Now, there were 99 left. If they faced a high-level 9th-level heavenly body tier martial artist, they would definitely all collapse after one battle. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't use them. This was his trump card, reserved to deal with the Demon Bloodrace elites of the Demon Cloud continent. It was unexpectedly easy. Qing, who sighed with emotion as he quickly recovered the Blue Sky continent. Little Mouse, Demon Armor Bug, and Dark Knight Mother Empress. He was very envious. How good would it be if he had such a domineering spirit pet? After saying a few words to Fang Chen, he hurriedly entered the old site of the Heaven Puppet Race. Fang Chen stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. After all, other than the Demon Bloodrace in the prefecture capital, there were definitely Demon Bloodrace martial artists scattered all over the Blue Sky continent. He had to eliminate them all. In the following time, Fang Chen traveled through the Blue Sky continent. After 7 days, peace finally returned to the Blue Sky continent. Chapter 1239. At the same time that Fang Chen reclaimed the Azure Sky continent, the other elites also sent in reports of success. In a short few days, aside from the Demon Cloud continent, the other 20+ continents were all reclaimed. This was something worth celebrating for the humans of Scar Island. However, Scar Island and the others didn't have it easy. They led many elites and gathered in the Sky Thunder continent, preparing to attack the Demon Cloud continent. In the Sky Thunder continent, the previous Sky Thunder continent lord had already died in battle. The current Sky Thunder continent lord was Fang Chen's elder brother, Thunder Freer. In order to save him, Fang Chen was forced into Meteor Valley. Thunder Freer was disheartened, thinking that he had harmed Fang Chen. Thus, after recovering from his injuries, he returned to the Sky Thunder continent. The Demon Bloodrace occupied the Sky Thunder continent, and he hid in the dark, appearing at the right time. A month later, the strongest forces of Scar Island gathered in the Sky Thunder continent. The atmosphere in the Sky Thunder continent was very solemn. This was a crucial battle of life and death. If they lost, they would lose everything. Many high-level heavenly body tier elites, including Divine Master Yarogui and Viper, wore solemn expressions. Fang Chen and Qing, who were the last to arrive. "What's the situation?" Fang Chen asked. "Our people found that the demon blood race seems to be setting up a formation," Viper said. "This formation is very powerful. My spirit tried to explore it, but it was discovered when it was 100 miles away," Divine Master Yarogui said. "Formation." Scar Island nodded and said, "I have a feeling that the formation seems to be at its final stage, about to succeed. Reinforcements will arrive in a month, but we can't wait any longer," Scar Island Lord continued. This was also the main reason why he gathered the troops in the Sky Thunder continent. "The final battle?" Fang Chen asked. "Make preparations. The final battle will begin in 3 days." Scar Island Lord left these words and turned to leave. In the Demon Cloud continent, the demon blood race also noticed the reaction of the humans, and they were also preparing for war. "Elder Mo, the humans are gathering in the Sky Thunder continent. How should we deal with them?" an elder asked. "Mph, when the humans attack, our formation will be complete. At that time, we won't be afraid of mere humans," said Elder Mo. Hearing that, the elder nodded and began to make arrangements. These 3 days felt like years. Finally, after 3 days, everything was ready. The mighty army of the human race finally began to move. Hum in the sky, one heavenly body tier elite after another flew past. Normally, such a spectacular scene would not be seen in the Demon Cloud continent. The terrifying aura exuded by the numerous heavenly body tier elites made the entire Demon Cloud continent feel extremely oppressive. Magic Cloud Plain. That place was the headquarters of the Demon Blood Clan. The spirit formation that they had set up was also there. With Island Lord Liu Hen in the lead, the humans landed on the demonic cloud plain. On the other side, the members of the demonic blood race were a black mass. "Liu Hen Island Master, back then, you fled like a stray dog. Now, you actually dare to come here?" Elder Mo sneered in disdain. Behind him, the experts of the demonic blood race were preparing for battle. "The demonic blood clan is the enemy of the human race. They should be killed," Island Master Liu Hen said in a deep voice. "Today, we will learn from the demonic blood clan. Kill." Viper took the lead and charged directly into the crowd of demonic blood clan members. Instantly, the humans and the demonic blood clan began to fight. A chaotic battle was about to break out. High level against high level, middle level against middle level, and low level against low level. As for the Heaven Dipper tier, besides Fang Chen, no one was qualified to participate. The destructive power of heavenly body tier elites was very strong. On the entire demonic cloud plain, the sounds of killing shook the sky. Fang Chen was in the area of low-level heavenly body tier elites. Facing low-level heavenly body tier elites, he killed one with a punch. "Kill him." The demonic blood clan cultivators finally realized how terrifying Fang Chen was and shouted loudly. Instantly, several low-level heavenly body tier demonic blood clan members rushed toward Fang Chen. However, what they received in response was still a pair of iron fists. 3,980 meridians were completely refined, and 785 black bones were polished into golden bones. Fang Chen's physical body had undergone earth-shattering changes. The power of his punch could explode the head of a martial artist at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. Every punch was in place, and killing intent filled the air. Kill the demonic blood clan members. Fang Chen's powerful battle prowess boosted everyone's morale. The low-level heavenly body tier human cultivators' morale was greatly boosted, and the demonic blood clan cultivators fled one after another. In the area of low-level cultivators, there were countless corpses as far as the eye could see. There were human and demonic blood clan cultivators. The battle lasted about 2 hours. The low-level heavenly body tier cultivators of the demonic blood clan were all slaughtered. "Fang Chen, go and break the formation." Island Master Liu Hen transmitted a message to Fang Chen. The latter understood and left the area, coming to the formation. Kill him. The demonic blood clan elder also noticed Fang Chen and shouted crazily. Instantly, several middle-level heavenly body tier cultivators rushed toward Fang Chen. Protect Fang Chen. The human cultivators fell into a frenzy of killing to protect Fang Chen. The formation that was in the process of being completed was destroyed by Fang Chen, and cracks appeared. Seeing this, the elites of the demonic blood clan were completely enraged. Some high-level heavenly body tier cultivators moved, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen no longer held back, and released the heavenly body tier army. Boom! A terrifying aura engulfed the entire earth. As soon as the heavenly body tier army appeared, they destroyed several demonic blood clan members near Fang Chen. Then, under Fang Chen's control, they entered the area of high-level cultivators. Kill. Island Master Liu Hen and the others knew about Fang Chen's heavenly body tier army. Seeing this, their morale was greatly boosted, and they launched an all-out counterattack against the demonic blood clan. Poochie. One after another, the high-level heavenly body tier cultivators of the demonic blood clan died at the hands of the army. However, in the process, the heavenly body tier army members were also rapidly defeated. After an hour, there were only 30 people left in the army. However, these 30 people were still reaping the lives of the demonic blood clan members. Their battle prowess was too strong, and every move was fatal. The demonic blood clan members couldn't resist at all. Block them. Elder Demon was furious, and wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Island Master Liu Hen. The peak battle prowess of both sides tangled with each other. Apart from them, the others couldn't stop the army's attack at all. Kill. Shouts shook the sky, and the army members were also rapidly defeated. In the end, for every demonic blood clan member killed, the army lost one person. After killing more than 30 demonic blood clan members, the army was completely annihilated. Huala. The last member of the army completely disappeared. Seeing this, Elder Demon roared toward the sky. Kill all the humans for me. The demonic blood clan launched a counterattack. However, too many demonic blood clan members were killed by the army. The current occupation was gradually in the humans' favor. Die. Poisonous mist spewed out of Viper's body, and he found an opportunity to kill the enemy in one strike. Then, he helped Divine Master Yarogui kill the enemy. Finally, the three-peak battle prowess joined forces to fight Elder Demon. The end of the demonic blood clan has arrived. Elder Demon retreated step by step. He was furious, and with a punch, he directly rushed into the array with the help of the recoil. Not good. As if sensing something, the three cried out. Sure enough, after Elder Demon rushed into the array, the star power between heaven and earth crazily surged. The array was shattered, and a terrifying aura directly drilled into Elder Demon's body. Fang Chen was sent flying by the recoil. You forced me to do this. Elder Demon's voice was hoarse, and his body was filled with terrifying killing intent. The star power between heaven and earth was constantly being absorbed by him, and the aura around him was crazily rising. How is this possible? Island Master Liu Hen and the other two turned pale with fright. Elder Demon actually had the aura of a manifestation realm. Hiss. Elder Demon's aura rose to the extreme. He took a step forward, and the demonic cloud plane trembled. Half-step manifestation realm, Viper shouted. Everyone retreated. Island Master Liu Hen's eyes were filled with a complicated look. Seeing that victory was in sight, who would have thought that Elder Demon actually had such a move? Humans, all deserve to die. Elder Demon said in a deep voice. In front of a half-step manifestation realm, heavenly body realm was just an ant. Even if Island Master Liu Hen and the other two joined forces, they could not possibly be Elder Demon's match. The human race went from having the upper hand to being at a disadvantage, and the situation was very dangerous. What should we do? Divine Master Yarogui asked. Half-step manifestation realm, we can't beat him, Viper said. For a moment, everyone's heart was very complicated. Elder Demon's body skyrocketed several times, as if he was a giant. His scarlet eyes looked at Fang Chen. Die. Elder Demon's big hand covered the sky and swooped down, wanting to suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen, be careful. Island Master Liu Hen and the other two moved, desperately resisting. Bang! Before the three of them could get close to Elder Demon's big hand, they were sent flying. No! Viper shouted. Everyone thought that Fang Chen would definitely die. Elder Demon's big hand came crashing down. Brother Fang. Viper was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Island Master Liu Hen and the others were livid. However, at this moment, Elder Demon made a sound of surprise and raised his big hand. Voila! A ripple appeared in the void somewhere, and Fang Chen's body appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone on the plane cheered. What? Island Master Liu Hen and the other two looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Even the three of them could not block this attack, but Fang Chen blocked it easily. What an unexpected guy, to actually have such a profound true intent of space. I can't let you live. Elder Demon's big hand came crashing down again. Fang Chen used the true intent of space and time to dodge. However, this time, Elder Demon used his half-step manifestation realm aura to lock down the space. The true intent of space and time could not be used. Fang Chen's heart tightened, and his face was livid. Attack! Island Master Liu Hen roared, and the human race members surrounded Elder Demon. At the moment of life and death for the human race on Island Master Liu Hen. In the Sea of Void, a very high-grade flying ship was rapidly approaching. Chapter 1240. An expert like Elder Mo could naturally tell that Fang Chen was extraordinary at a glance. His potential was too strong. If he was not killed, he would definitely become a strong enemy of the demonic blood tribe in the future. Therefore, Elder Mo targeted Fang Chen and locked the void so that the latter could not pass through. His giant hand covered the sky. Once Fang Chen was suppressed, he would definitely die. Stop! Viper's eyes were scarlet red. He bared his teeth and roared loudly. At the same time, he used all his strength to block the powerful attack for Fang Chen. Island Lord Liu Hen and Divine Master Yarrow Gui looked at each other and immediately launched an extremely powerful attack. The three top experts were not afraid and attacked again. In that case, all of you will die together. Elder Mo looked down at the crowd and said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant hand instantly slapped the bodies of the three top powerhouses. The three of them were sent flying like kites. They vomited blood and their faces were pale. After the giant hand slapped the three of them, it did not stop. It carried a suffocating aura and whizzed over. A look of despair appeared on Fang Chen's face. At this moment, he did not have the strength to dodge even if he wanted to. Boss! Little Mouse was in a frenzy. He used both of his special abilities, but it only made the giant hand pause for a moment. As for the Demon Beetle and the Dark Knight Queen, they were instantly sent flying. No one could stop Elder Mo's attack. A half step to the manifestation realm expert was too powerful. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with sadness. They watched Elder Mo kill in all directions, but they could not do anything. Ha ha ha, die. He was very happy to be able to kill the human race's genius. Whoosh whoosh. However, when the giant hand was about to touch Fang Chen, a furious roar suddenly came from afar. After that, a strange scene appeared. Elder Mo's overbearing giant hand instantly froze in the void, as though it had been imprisoned. Elder Mo frowned and his expression changed. He looked up into the distance. Suddenly, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures could be seen flying over from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the dilapidated Devil Cloud Plain. The two of them did not emit any aura fluctuations, but they gave off a feeling of Mount Tai bearing down on them. Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing this, Island Master Liu Hen laughed loudly. The demonic blood clan should be exterminated. One of them looked at Elder Mo and lightly tapped his finger. No. Elder Mo's face was filled with fear. He was unwilling to accept this. Just as they were about to wipe out the entire human race, they did not expect that two creation realm experts would appear. In front of a true manifestation stage practitioner, a half-step to manifestation stage practitioner like him was nothing to be afraid of. Bastard, stop struggling. The creation realm elite was too powerful. With just a few casual flicks of his fingers, Elder Mo's body exploded. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The powerful Elder Mo was killed just like that. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw this. Is this the strength of a manifestation realm expert? Fang Chen looked at the two manifestation realm experts with a burning gaze. The other manifestation realm expert waved his hand. Immediately, a powerful aura shot into the sky. In the next moment, all the demonic blood clan on the Devil Cloud plane died. It's over. The manifestation realm expert smiled. Thank you for your help, seniors. Island Master Liu Hen cupped his hands at the two. Although the two of them looked young, they were actually old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Are you the current Island Master Liu Hen? The green-robed creation realm expert who had killed Elder Mo asked. Yes. We ran into some trouble in the Void Ocean, but we didn't come too late. The person said. The two of them were mighty seniors who came from Liu Hen Island. They had once said that if Liu Hen Island was in trouble, he could inform them. Now, they had fulfilled their promise. All right, the demonic blood clan on Liu Hen Island has been completely wiped out. We should leave. The other person said. Farewell, seniors. Island Master Liu Hen said loudly. Whoosh. The two manifestation realm experts disappeared into the sky. Everyone looked at each other with smiles on their faces. The battle was finally over. Thinking back, it was too terrifying. If the two manifestation realm experts from the old Hua Islands hadn't arrived in time, they would have all died. After Liu Hen Island was reclaimed, many experts led by Liu Hen Island's Island Master began to rebuild Liu Hen Island. At the same time, they searched every corner of Liu Hen Island, afraid that there would be any survivors. In just half a month, all the demonic blood clan hiding in the dark were wiped out. During this time, Fang Chen also found the whereabouts of Skysword Mansion's Island Master's clone. After finding him, he killed him directly. He didn't want to leave behind a disaster. The battle that had lasted for several years was finally over. Heaven Mark sect rose again and became the only superpower on Liu Hen Island. Liu Hen Island's Island Master was still the sect master of Heaven Mark sect, and Princess Xin was the strongest among the younger generation of Heaven Mark sect. Under Liu Hen Island's Island Master's leadership, Heaven Mark sect developed rapidly. On this day, Liu Hen Island's Island Master found Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Liu Hen Island's Island Master smiled. What is it? Your marriage with my daughter. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He immediately lowered his head. He did have a good impression of Princess Xin, but it was only a little. In his eyes, Princess Xin was like his little sister. Furthermore, he was already married, and his wife's whereabouts were still unknown. How could he find a new lover? Island Master, I already have a wife, Fang Chen said in a low voice. The path of the martial path is incomparably lonely. It's normal for a cultivator to have multiple wives. Liu Hen Island's Island Master was quite open-minded. But my wife's whereabouts are unknown. This is my obsession. Before I find my wife, I don't want to talk about love, Fang Chen said bluntly. Oh. Liu Hen Island's Island Master didn't understand. Fang Chen told Liu Hen Island's Island Master about his wife's situation. Liu Hen Island's Island Master sighed. What a pity. If Fang Chen was such an outstanding genius, how great would it be if he could become his son-in-law? However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Since Fang Chen didn't have any intentions, he couldn't force him. After the battle with the demonic blood tribe, Liu Hen Island's Island Master could see that Fang Chen wasn't a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, he would become a dragon. Fang Chen left the Heavenly Mark Sect's conference hall and returned to his courtyard. However, a voice came from behind him. This voice was filled with determination. Fang Chen, I will always wait for you. Unknowingly, Princess Xin appeared behind Fang Chen. Her eyes were filled with tears. She didn't know when it started, but her heart had been occupied by Fang Chen. She had heard the conversation between her father and Fang Chen. She didn't want to force Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Chen's body trembled. He paused for a moment before leaving. Although he wanted to turn back and comfort Princess Xin, He knew that he couldn't. That night, Fang Chen couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about what had happened in these years. From a small cultivator in the ancient Sword Continent, he had walked all the way to where he was today. He had sacrificed a lot, but he had also gained a lot. Until now, he still didn't know where his mother and wife were. He had asked many people, but no one knew where the immortals lived. Even Big Brother Viper hadn't heard of it. However, Big Brother Viper said that the elites on the old Hua Islands should know. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier. He was only one step away from the Heavenly Body tier. For others, stepping into the Heavenly Body tier was a hurdle, but for him, it was only a matter of time. In his Qi Sea, 9 layers of astral essence had been shattered. The rich astral essence power was spreading throughout his Qi Sea. Once this astral origin power filled his entire sea of Qi, he would naturally advance to the Heavenly Body tier. After the war, it was peaceful. The entire Scar Island was still as lively as before. As for Fang Chen, he had been cultivating. The more he lived like this, the more bored Fang Chen felt. Finally, after a month, Fang Chen made a decision. He wanted to go to the old Hua Islands and pursue a bigger stage. Although there were many people stronger than him on the Scar Island, he was invincible in the same cultivation level. There was almost no challenge. On the path of martial arts, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation level if everything went smoothly. Only under pressure could one grow quickly. Moreover, Fang Chen still had many things to do. He had to find his mother and wife. Therefore, he urgently wanted to increase his strength. After making this decision, Fang Chen told Viper and the others. Viper supported his decision. The old Hua Islands was Fang Chen's stage. The Scar Island was too small. Divine Teacher Yarogui and the Scar Island Master also supported him. As for Princess Xin, she hadn't shown up since that day. Fang Chen asked Qing Hu if he wanted to go to the old Hua Islands. Qing Hu thought for a while and finally refused. He was still very weak now. Moreover, he had to help the Heaven Puppet race rise. Therefore, he decided to stay on the Scar Island. The old Hua Islands was very far from the Scar Island. With Fang Chen's speed, it would take at least half a year. Fang Chen, there are many dangers on the Void Ocean. You must be careful, Viper reminded. Here are some level 5 pills. Take them. Divine Teacher Yarogui handed some pills to Fang Chen. They were all healing pills. Thank you. This was the second time he left the Scar Island. However, it was the opposite of the last time. The 3 top experts escorted Fang Chen into the Void Ocean until they disappeared. I have a feeling that Fang Chen will rise in a few years, Divine Teacher Yarogui said. It won't be long before Brother Fang's name spreads across the old Hua Islands. Viper was very confident in Fang Chen. Beside him, Island Master Liu Hen also nodded slightly. At the edge of the Scar Island, in a secluded place, Princess Xin, dressed in green, stared at the void ocean with tears on her face. Fang Chen, I believe in you. You will come back.